final moments as she approached the line for those watching on our live stream. And just easing up the pace across the line. A good ride from Blaine Ridge Davis, goes to the top of the table.
Now we have Serena Nat for the Welsh Racing Academy on the track. And she will be used to this track. And as you can see, nice and low, nice and slow for now. Just building that gear up, looking confident.
Yeah, Serena on her home track here. And she took part in this competition last year. She posted a time of 11.230 in qualification for the sprint 12 months ago. In fact, just less than 12 months ago. It was last March we brought you the National Championships here in Newport last year. Slightly delayed due to a variety of reasons related to pandemics and so on, but we're back at the scheduled date of January, of course, for the national titles this year. And Serena Nat hits the 200-metre line now, time to beat 11.213. She's completed the first half of this time trial, coming round now into the finishing straight. Clock ticking away over the 11-second point. She's second fastest, 11.647 for the Wales Cycling Academy rider Serena Nat.
And these are the 200-metre lines that all the other riders want to be looking at. You know, the women of the home track here. And next up, we've also got Amy Cole, another Welsh rider for the Wales Racing Academy.
Well, welcome to everyone watching on our live stream here this morning. We apologise for slight technical error at the start of our coverage. You've not missed a great deal. We're into the women's sprint qualification. Alongside me is Charlene Jones. We're bringing you all of the action right through the day here at the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. And the current competition, the women's sprint qualification round, to seed the riders through into the first round of the sprint. Current fastest time held by Blaine Ridge Davis of Team Inspired. So that's the action you're watching now. And Amy Cole is the next rider on track. She's just about to complete her time of 11.950. So 11.950 the time for Amy Cole of the Wales Racing Academy. Just watching the action replay for those of you watching on our live stream. Welcome along. We apologise for the slightly delayed start to our live stream coverage, but we are now across both the venue and the live stream. Our commentary from myself and Charlene is going out to both the venue and the live stream simultaneously. So if you hear one or two things that perhaps don't necessarily relate to the venue where you are, or watching at home on your smart device or your TV screens, then that's the reason why. But we'll try and make it as seamless for you as possible. Meanwhile, speaking of seamless, next rider on the track representing the VC Lincoln is Georgette Rand. I saw Georgette riding here in the qualification round for time trial yesterday. We were mentioning hails from the fine city of Lincoln, Velo Club Lincoln, of course home of the Lincoln Grand Prix, which takes place in May this year. And here she comes around into the finishing straight to try and better that current fastest 200-metre time. Her time is 11.843. That's the third fastest time of the day so far. 17 riders in total in this competition, of which 16 will progress into the next round. So just one rider will lose out in the further progression in the competition. Just watching back the run to the line for Georgette Rand. So still the fastest time is that of Blaine Ridge Davis of Team Inspired, who went in Heat 3. Next on track, number 191 from SES Racing, is Anna Whitworth-Hay.
And Anna, again, another young rider, only 17 years old, with a PB of 11.8. And, you know, PBs can happen when the temperature in the velodrome is nice and warm, the air temperature is nice and low, and it's important to have all factors here. But riders will just be aiming to go as fast as they can over that 200-metre section.
Well, when Anna Whitworth-Hay rode here just under 12 months ago, she posted a time of 12.138 in qualification, so she'll be looking to progress on that and post a better time today. She'll need to do so because, of course, our fastest time, the four riders inside that 12-second marker already, of which Blaine Ridge Davis is the fastest. Bell for the next rider on track as she goes round, Anna Whitworth-Hay, speeding down the back straight. That aerodynamic has position that she's tucked herself into there to slice through the air here inside the velodrome. And across the line she goes, stopping the clock in 11.669, displacing Georgette Rand down to fourth. She takes third spot, an average of 61, just over 61 kilometres per hour, 701.
Really,
according to my calculator. Yes.
Yeah, it's a really great time, and you can see by the smile on her face there as well that she'll be happy with that. Next up on the track, we've got Sylvia Mitstall for Glasgow Track Racing Club.
So another rider from your part of the world, Charlene. Sylvia Mitstall again competed here 12 months ago. 11.606 was her time on that occasion. And Sylvia Mitstall, one of those riders who does enjoy her racing on the boards of the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome in Glasgow. And here she is at the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales for this year's National Championships.
Oh.
Beginning to wind up the pace.
Yeah, interesting there, just getting out the saddle on the back straight, and then again coming into the home straight there, trying to stay as high as possible, as late as possible, dropping down for that 200-metre line.
Yeah, fighting the bike all the way to the start of the time sector through the final 200 metres, where the course is where the timing is taken. Here she comes around into the finishing straight now. Let's see the time for Sylvia Mitstall. It's 11.876, fifth fastest time at this stage of the competition. Another rider slotting in underneath that 12-second mark.
Just maybe slow down a little bit towards the end, maybe an issue with the gearing choice, maybe a little bit too big, or maybe went a little bit too early. Next up, we've got Iona Moore from Team Inspired.
Indeed, in the green and gold colours. Team Inspired, of course, is the Great Britain Cycling Team Development Squad, pretty much. And Iona Moore here, 9th rider to go of the 17 taking on this sprint time trial qualification round. So already seen her teammate Blaine Ridge Davis go fastest in 11.213. No one has gone faster than that so far. Will Iona Moore will be the rider to do it. We need to wind up the pace now. Those twin disc wheels, hypnotic pattern as the logos speed up. An indication that she's lifting the pace, aiming to hit that 200-metre line as low down the track as she can. Goes through there quite nicely, looking good at the moment for Iona Moore. Underneath the scoreboard here in the velodrome and into the finishing straight. Keep an eye on the time. Can she go faster? The time is 11.496, second fastest time for Iona Moore of Team Inspired. So that's 1 and 2 places in the classification table at the moment for Team Inspired, with Blaine Ridge Davis still fastest in 11.213. Iona Moore goes into second place in 11.496.
And now on the track we have Katie Marchant from Team Inspired. So new mama, only 29-week baby at home, so great to see her back on the track representing those green and gold colours. She'll feel at home as well on the track. Indeed,
of course, Katie Marchant is the holder of the national record in this discipline, having taken that time at Aizu in Japan back in August 2021, 10.495 for the 200 metres. So you can expect fast things here from Katie Marchant, as Charlene says. It's on her way back after giving birth a little while ago. It's quite a common occurrence in these parts at the moment, isn't it, Charlene? But we're watching Katie Marchant here beginning to wind up the pace. Can she make it a 1-2-3 for Team Inspired at the top of the leaderboard? She's across the 200-metre line now, speeding down the back straight. National record holder. Can she be the first rider to go inside 11 seconds here this morning? Here she comes towards the line. Oh, yes, indeed. 10.959 is the new fastest time. 0.5 of a second off her record pace, but fastest so far for Katie Marchant. She goes to the top of the leaderboard.
Yes, and I'm sure she'll be delighted to see that number 10. Such a great time to come back to her racing too, and not too far off what she's done before. Next up, we've got Ellie Stone, Black Line Racing Club. So, looking very smooth at the top of the track.
Well, Black Line, a club that really does specialise in producing sprinters. And Ellie Stone, well, she is the time trial champion from the national titles last year, along with a Kieran winner as well. She was a bronze medalist in the team sprint as well here at Newport last March. So she's looking to continue her medal-winning form here in the 2023 national titles. All in black, just that yellow graphic on the disc wheels, those red lines on the black line jersey, interestingly. So across the line goes Ellie Stone. Her new target is that 10.959 of Katie March into the previous heat. Ellie Stone around the final bend and heading for the line. It's going to be a little bit slower than that, 11.377. Good enough for third fastest, though, for Ellie Stone of black line. So it's back to the Wales Racing Academy home track time for the next rider here. This is Stephanie Hall. Stephanie competed here 12 months ago. 11.268 was the time she recorded on that occasion. So let's see if she can indeed improve on her performance from last year's Nationals. Home track advantage, of course. How much of an advantage is that actually, Charlene, if you ride on the track that you're very familiar with?
I think it's a massive advantage. And, you know, you're practicing your line for the 200 every week. And yeah, it's home, you know, you've not had to travel, well, maybe not had to travel too far.
Yep.
You can see she got out the saddle in the back straight there just to get on top of that gear, just to give the bike a little bit more.
Yep, out the saddle again for Stephanie Hall as she hears the bell, so she'll hit the 200-metre line this time. Down the back straight she goes. They just missed out on a medal in the team sprint last year, finishing 4th. This is the individual sprint qualification, and the Wales Academy rider across the line in 11.522, 5th fastest time for Stephanie Hall. Well, we've got a bit of a team-inspired domination of the lower part of this classification order. By the way, riders are classified in this round with the faster riders going off towards the end, so we can expect to see perhaps the times go even faster, although Katie Marchant's time is going to take some beating. Next on the track, for team-inspired, will be Lauren Bell. So Lauren Bell, rider who took the silver medal in the 500-metre time trial last year, just missed out on a medal in the Keirin, finishing 4th. And took a bronze in the team sprint as well. She also took a bronze in the team sprint at the world titles in Paris, the end of last year in October. So we're expecting good things here from Lauren Bell.
Really, really close to the top of the track as well. And this is what you want to do as a rider. You want to be as close as you can to that barrier, being as safe as possible, and also just getting on top of that gear.
Yeah, that gives you the height of the track. It's a swoop down, and then in the final 200 metres you want to stay as low on the track as you possibly can. That black line, if you can see that at the bottom of the track, is what's called the gauge line. That's the actual measurement of 250 metres around the track. The higher up above that you are, the further the distance you are covering. So here comes Lauren Bell into the finishing straight now. The clock will stop in 11.130, and that'll be the second fastest time in competition so far this morning for Team Inspired's Lauren Bell.
I'm sure she'll be happy with that time after actually hearing the news that she had a little crash last week. So good to see her back on the bike.
It certainly is. And just on our live stream, seeing the action replay of Lauren Bell crossing the line. So she completes her ride. The next team-inspired rider to contest the 200-metre time trial here will be Millicent Tanner.
She is looking mighty slow going into that bank, and always when I'm watching it, just you have to go a certain speed round these bankings to actually stay upright, and the riders just seem to practice that in training and know exactly where it's sometimes not.
There is a terminal velocity, isn't there? You can't just roll around as slowly as you want at the top of the track, because otherwise you find yourself not necessarily facing upwards anymore. So we've seen 1 or 2 embarrassing moments where riders just misjudge it slightly. But yeah, if you ever get a chance to, those of you watching on our live stream, perhaps not been inside a velodrome, to come and visit one of our indoor velodromes and look down from the top of that banking, it's frightening the first time you look over the edge. But not frightened at all is Millicent Tanner. She's in the back straight now and heading round to complete her 200-metre time as well. Still trying to beat her teammate Blaine Ridge-Davis at 11.213. And of course, the leader at the moment, Katie Marchant, in 10.959. She's 4th fastest, 11.265, the time recorded by Millicent Tanner of Team Inspired.
You can see she took a really good line for her 200 there. On this track, the riders are looking to stay high a little bit later and then dip down just coming into that turn 1 because it's longer straights and you get the downward phase of that banking there.
Yeah, it's very easy to think that all 250-metre velodromes are the same, but in fact the finish line varies in position on the home straight. Some have a longer straight and some have longer bankings. Here at Newport, it's got quite a long finishing straight and a very quick transition into the first corner. Track like Manchester, a slightly shorter straight and a slightly longer banking, which tends to favour the endurance riders a little more. Now, the next 3 riders, the final 3 to go, all of them featured in the finals in the sprint last year. The first rider on track is Lowry Thomas of Team Inspired. She finished just outside the medals in 4th place, losing out to Emma Finnecane in the sprint final 12 months ago. Let's see if she can secure her place into that next round of competition. Remember, just 1 rider going out from these 17 to give us 16 into the first round. Lowry Thomas speeding down the back straight. She is underneath the scoreboard and heading for the finish line now. Off the banking she comes and around the corner and will stop the clock. Third fastest time, 11.212. Time posted by Lowry Thomas for Team Inspired.
Yes, and Lowry Thomas is also a Welsh rider, so this used to be her home track. Maybe not training here as much as she used to now being on the programme, the Great Britain programme. So.
Yep, the team's now back at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester after a programme of refurbishment has been completed at the home of British cycling in Manchester. But speaking of Welsh riders, next rider on track is also a native of the fine Principality of Wales. It is Emma Finnecane, also riding for Team Inspired. She was the bronze medalist in the sprint here 12 months ago, beating the rider you've just seen, Lowry Thomas, in the finals for that bronze medal. And Emma Finnecane, well, she's got a great turn of speed. And one of the riders we watched develop from one of the youth riders, very promising youth rider now, into a very strong sprint position. She was 3rd overall in the time trial last year as well.
She's looking fast as she's coming into the home bend here.
Took a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham/London last year in the team sprint. And she's into the final 200-metre distance now for Emma Finnecane. No doubt great support here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales for this Welsh rider as she crosses the line. Oh, look at that, new fastest time, 10.874. Emma Finnecane has gone faster than Katie Marchant and has moved this competition on now. New fastest time, 10.874.
Great time there, and you can see that she brought on some form from the UCI Track Champions League. She was riding that series, so maybe a lot of form to carry on from that. But apparently these girls are not coming in on total form. They're more going to be practicing their skills in the racing, so it'll be interesting to see the races coming along the rest of the day.
Well, last rider on track is last year's silver medalist. It's his Sophie Capel. Well, Sophie was the silver medalist in the Kirin at the Commonwealth Games last year. Also took a bronze medal in the time trial and a bronze medal in the team sprint at the World Championships at San Quentin and Yvelines, just outside Paris last October. So we're expecting good things from Sophie Capel. She's beginning to pick up the pace now. Another team-inspired rider here, losing out to last year's winner Rhiannon Edmonds, who doesn't compete this year. So Sophie Capel, last year's silver medalist, makes smooth progress into the first round of the sprint.
Really great time there, especially after coming back from a pretty serious quad injury. So pretty serious injury on her legs. So really good to see her on the bike, back competing very well.
That sort of quad, I was worrying that she might have been on board a quad bike, but no, that's okay then. So yes, good to see Sophie Capel back in good form here. And you'll see those riders again, all bar one of them, as we move into the next round of the sprint competition, which will be the first round. That's when we get to head-to-head sprinting with 2 riders taking each other on the track. So be keeping an eye on your live stream, those of you watching from home or wherever you are in the world. You've just seen a summary of those times for you, but I can tell you Emma Finnecane was the fastest qualifier in 10.874, Sophie Capel in 10.887, and Katie Marchant in 10.959. Those are the only 3 riders inside 11 seconds in that sprint qualification round. So from sprinting in the women's sprint competition, we move to tandems now. It's the Paracycling sprint qualifier for both men and women. We've got 2 tandems going in the men's paracycling sprint competition, and just one in the women's competition, so they'll still ride in order to record a time. The first tandem is in place in the back straight. Our officials just making sure the riders are good to go. The man on the front, the stoker, as we call the rider on the back. The pilot is the rider on the front. Number 170 is Loz Staples, and the rider behind him is Mason Bradley. So those are the riders on board this first tandem. So slightly longer, one extra lap for the tandem, because it takes it a bit longer to get this one going, Charlene. But when they do start flying, these tandems certainly move.
They absolutely fly, and as you can see, they are slowly just creeping up to the top track, actually already there, and going to just slowly build up the speed as they come round.
Of course, it's a bit more of a handful as well to steer the tandem around the boards of the velodrome here.
You have to be strong to hold on to the bike and control the speeds that they're going to be travelling at.
The geometry of the track will launch you out of the corners into the straights and give you a bit of extra impetus, but of course it's up to you to try and keep the bike in a straight line when you do that. Of course, a much longer wheelbase to deal with on board the tandem, but Mason Bradley, piloted by Loz Staples, will get the bell next time. Again, the timing is over the final 200 metres for the paracycling tandem competition for the sprint. And they are building the pace now. They'll again aim to swoop down and hit that 200-metre line as low down the track as they can. So through the bell they go, and the timing starts now for our first tandem here, the Born to Bike racing team of Mason Bradley, piloted by Loz Staples. They're coming around underneath the scoreboard here at the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome and will cross the line. Their time will be 12.373 for Loz Staples, piloting Mason Bradley.
Really good line there. Trying to keep the bike as close as you can to that black line can actually be more difficult than it looks when you're going at that speed, and also with the bike being so long.
Indeed. Great bike handling skills by both riders on board the tandem. And we've got a second tandem going in the men's B sprint here for the paracycling. The B, by the way, in the title refers to the rider on the rear of the machine who is blind or partially sighted. Some of the classification systems for paracycling.
We can see the coach there on the back straight, Helen Scott. That's first shout out as a coach. Usually she's on the front of the bike.
She's accustomed to being a tandem pilot as well, isn't she?
Yeah.
So you'll be getting good advice from Helen Scott there, and the riders receiving such advice. Both riding as British Cycling private members, although one is very obviously in the colours of the VC San Rafael. He's the man on the front. He's the pilot of this tandem, that's Joshua Dunham, and the man on the back, the stoker with 195 on his back, is Thomas Wing, the second of our men's paracycling tandem riders in this sprint qualifier.
And this is Thomas Wing's very first competition, so lots of encouragement for him. But he has a very experienced pilot on the front there, Joshua Durham, so he is in very good hands.
Certainly is, and well, it must be quite an auspicious occasion, riding your first national championships on board the tandem here. And, actually beginning to lift the pace. Still 3 laps to go of this qualification round, the second and final tandem in the men's sprint competition. Time to beat is 12.373. Time posted by Bradley and Staples in the heat you've just seen. So all black, this tandem. Nice silver wheels as well, shining under the lights here of the National Velodrome of Wales. So next time round, it'll be at the bell, and the timing will begin when they cross the 200-metre line next time. So really are now beginning to go at a greater speed down the back straight. Quite a sight to see here. We'll go 2 tandems on the track at the same time in the sprint competition. Probably it's even more exciting, but here come Wing and Dunham. Across the 200-metre line now. Down the back straight they go, trying to keep that tandem settled down towards the bottom of the track. Through corner 3, into corner 4, and then into the home straight, and across the line, stopping the clock, new fastest time, 11.106 for Thomas Wing, piloted by Joshua Dunham.
Yes, great first in competition time for these two, and always good to set a benchmark for competitions going forward.
It certainly is, and the other thing, of course, on a tandem, it takes a lot longer to slow down as well, so a couple of laps before they will depart from the track, and then we'll move into the women's tandem sprint qualifier. Now, just one team here, so we think, well, what they're going to qualify for? They are going to qualify for a time, and they will be presented with a prize later on in the competition, although, of course, no medals for this one. So our tandem for the women is on track. Amy Cole and Elizabeth Jordan are the two riders on board.
We actually seen Amy Cole on the sprint qualifying just before there, so
yep, she's busy.
Warm up.
She is busy, but she's now on the front of the tandem here, and her stoker is Elizabeth Jordan, and that's a magenta and black outfit on the back of the machine. So they will be by default the winners, with just one tandem entered in the women's para sprint competition. But it'd be good to see what kind of time they can record here. Still 2 laps to go.
Beautiful wheels on that bike as well. They've got all the gear today.
Absolutely, and aficionados of equipment for a real treat over the next few days, especially watching on our live stream from elsewhere in the world to see what the latest innovations in technology in the world of cycling are being brought to the boards of the velodrome here for the national championships. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to how quickly the riders can pedal that machine around the track. And Elizabeth Jordan being piloted by Amy Cole here. They'll get the bell and they come through the line this time, and then the final 200 metres timed effort will begin. So just a little wobble as they came out the corner. Again, that effort to keep the tandem in a straight line, but now they dip down and hit that 200-metre line, the black line. You just saw them go across there. Down the back straight they go. Clock is running for Cole and Jordan. Here they come into the finishing straight, aiming to stop the clock on the line in a time of 11.925.
Always an impressive event to watch when you see 2 people on a bike rather than 1.
60.377 kilometres per hour was their average speed for that closing 200 metres. So a great sight here for those of you watching on our live stream of the scene inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales for day 1 of the British Cycling National Track Championships for 2023. So we've seen sprint qualification in both the women's sprint and the paracycling sprint so far. Next item on our agenda this morning will be the first round of the men's individual pursuit. So these championships actually got underway yesterday with a closed session. It was a qualification session, which included the opportunity for riders to qualify into this men's individual pursuit draw. We have 6 heats in total. Riders will cover 4 kilometres or 16 laps of the track. They'll start from a starting gate. for 2 up rides, 1 in the home straight, 1 in the back straight. Our first heat, though, will be a single rider only in the home straight, because we've got an uneven number of competitors in the competition. So Fred Meredith, the first rider to go, he'll start on his own in the home straight. And for those of you watching our live stream, you'll see the lineup of the following heats on screen for you. Ben Wiggins and Harrison Hunter, both riders put in very, very fast times to qualify last night here. And Charlie Tanfield, who was amongst the medals last year, silver medalist 12 months ago, goes in the final heat, taking on Michael Gill of Team Hub. So we've also got Welsh interest with Will Roberts and Will Perrott as well. So plenty of talent about to come out into the track for this men's individual pursuit qualification.
The most exciting thing about the individual pursuit is when you've got one rider each side of the track and you can see how close it is in the race. Also, it's just absolutely amazing how fast they can go over that length of time as well. So really looking forward to that.
So just testing the timing system here to make sure that the countdown is working correctly. That's why you hear the bleeps in the background, but nobody on the track. So the riders are held up at the start in an electronic timing gate. You'll see it wheeled onto the track very shortly by one of our trackside volunteers. The rear wheel of the bike is clamped into that starting gate. It's held by nothing more sophisticated than a set of brake blocks, the kind of thing you'd find, well, if you're not one of those fancy bikes with disc brakes, the sort of conventional brakes you have on a normal bike is the sort of thing that holds the back wheel of the bike. And the timing reaches 0, the gate is released, and the rider departs for the start of the 16 laps of effort. They'll once the bike is secured in the starting gate, being brought out onto the track now by Rob Partridge, who's the coach for the Welsh national team, former rider himself, of course. And once that bike is secured in the gate, the 50-second countdown will begin. So the rider has 50 seconds to walk out onto the track and climb on board his machine. And this is Fred Meredith for the Wales Racing Academy. First rider to go in heat 1 of 6 for the men's 4K individual pursuit qualification.
And just looking at the bike kit there, we can see that lovely POC helmet that just kind of morphs into the back of the rider there. And you'll see that when he gets into his aerodynamic tucked position, probably in the back straight at some point.
So the countdown inside the final 15 seconds. So our first rider, Fred Meredith, is underway. All important, Charlene, to get a good start, isn't it, away from that gate, and Fred departed quite neatly there.
Yes, and he's already into his tucked position, his aerodynamic position there. You can see his coach is on the home straight, well, just in bend 1. And he'll be relaying information onto his rider. And the pursuit's all about pacing.
Yeah, the rider's ride to a schedule worked out through many, many hours of training and practice. Of course, the last thing you want to do is to go away so quickly that you lose all of your energy before you reach the finish line. We have seen that happen. Even very experienced riders can sometimes have a rush of blood and go a little bit faster. Think, oh yeah, I'm really flying now, and then that lactic acid builds up towards the end of the ride. You find yourself absolutely tying up in the closing stages. So it's all about keeping to that schedule, and you'll see very often the coaches at trackside will what we call walk the line, Charlene, to indicate the riders where they are in terms of the schedule, whether they're up or down, and offer advice, perhaps, is the best way to put it, as to whether they will need to go faster or maybe ease back a little bit.
The coaches can stand either on the pursuit line and walk the line, or they can stand where this coach is standing in just past the home straight, the finish line, and just relay the information. They're doing this by a stopwatch system.
Yeah, sometimes they have a tablet device as well, or some cards that they hold up as well to inform the riders, whatever system they've agreed in order to relay the information. And we're inside the Next kilometre now, just approaching the halfway point for Fred Meredith. Strong support here inside the walls of the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. I think the Welsh even, crowd are here in number today to cheer on their favourites. And Fred Meredith will get an indication of his pace when he reaches the halfway point this time. Through the line he goes, and that's 2:15.560 for the halfway point for Fred Meredith.
It actually looks like he's not looking where he's going, but all he needs to see is that black line down between his arms and trying to get in that aerodynamic position. There's not another rider on the track, so he's not got that to worry about. So actually, pretty good here, just worrying about his own time.
Yeah, you say worried, Charlene. Of course, it's a slight disadvantage in that you can't just glance up and see where you are in relation to your opponents. It literally is one rider against the clock here. So Fred Meredith absolutely committed now to try and get the best he can out of this ride and progress further in the competition. We're splitting this pursuit qualification into a couple of sectors, in fact. So we're going to have the first 4 heats and then a little break before the remaining heats take place, to bring the first round of the sprint competition for the women. But Fred Meredith is going to come around with a kilometre to go this time. And 4 laps of the track equals 1 kilometre on this velodrome.
And this is really when the legs start to burn. I remember being at this point in the race and just thinking, come on, you've just got to give it everything you've got.
Does time start to go slowly at this point? It all becomes a bit of a blur, doesn't it, as the effort you've been putting in begins to become more obvious. But Fred Meredith is still moving very smoothly indeed. It's always a good sign that a rider is pursuing well. The upper body remains absolutely stock still, and just the legs at the bottom producing the speed and propelling those pedals around. Our school children here in the velodrome enjoying not doing maths and being here to watch them track cycling instead. And they're watching Welsh rider Fred Meredith in the closing stages of his pursuit ride. 1 lap to go. This, of course, will set the benchmark for the others to aim for. So half a lap now for Meredith. Sheared all the way around the 250-metre track here in Newport. And here he comes towards the line. Fred Meredith, the Wales Racing Academy, will stop the clock in a time of 4:28.040.
Finished off really strong there. Great ride by Fred Meredith.
Yeah, if you're watching our live stream, you'll get the benefit of seeing an action replay of those closing few metres. There was Meredith crossing the line. Meanwhile, here inside the velodrome, the next bikes will come out onto the track. This is the first of our 2 up heats now. 1 rider starting in the home straight, 1 in the back straight. Both riders in this next heat came into this competition via the qualification round last night. And I can tell you, both produced a very impressive performance indeed to secure the place in this competition. Rider coming out onto the home straight in the colours of Fensham House MAS design. And this is Ben Wiggins, number 192. Ben Wiggins already with success in the junior individual pursuit last year, and of course a European bronze medal in the junior team pursuit last year, and winner of the European Junior Point Race Championship. So very strong rider indeed, Ben Wiggins, and a great heritage in pursuiting from his dad, of course, Brad Wiggins. His opponent in the back straight, a rider who absolutely flew around the track in the qualification round last night. And we're expecting good things as well from Harrison Hunter. And Harrison in the all-blue colours, riding as a British Cycling private member. So as you're watching our live stream, that's the man you see on your screen now. Quick thumbs up to say the bike is ready, and he'll come out onto the track and climb on board. The official holding up the flag there, just to indicate to the starters in the centre of the track that they are good to go. Clock is already ticking down from that 50-second countdown. Ben Wiggins already on board, psyching himself up, just getting into that aerodynamic position, making sure all is good. Knows that his next 16 laps are all important, inside 30 seconds now. Watching our live stream, you'll see the split screen with Wiggins on the left and Hunter on the right. Both riders just glancing across at the clock, watching those seconds tick away towards the start of the ride. 10 to go. Well, away we go. That wasn't the best start for Ben Wiggins. A little bit of difficulty getting away from the gate. And I know you're enthusiastic to cheer the riders on and support them, but could we please ask school children here in the venue not to join in on the countdown? It's very distracting for the riders. They do need to hear that countdown, so please, nice and quiet for the final 10 seconds, and then make as much noise as you like all the way through the pursuit ride. Your cooperation on that one will be very much appreciated. So, Charlene, just looking down, Ben Wiggins almost seemed to pause momentarily before departing from the gate. Let's see if that has any effect on his time in the opening laps.
If you look at the pursuit line, you can see actually who is reaching it first. And we can see here that Ben Wiggins is a little bit further behind Hunter. Just by a second. It's advantage Hunter now. We know that Harrison Hunter goes away quickly. We saw it in the qualification round last night, whereas Ben Wiggins is more of a slow burn. He builds his pace towards the end of the pursuit match. And there are all kinds of techniques you can adopt. The danger of going away very quickly, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, is that you can find yourself running out of energy before you complete the distance. The difference being a rider such as Ben Wiggins here knows he is confident in the fact he can increase his pace towards the end of the ride. It's exactly what he did in the qualification round here last night. So the fact he's behind at the moment is not an indication of the situation as it's likely to be at the end of this one. Pretty closely matched, still a small advantage to Harrison Hunter as we head towards the halfway point. We're 2 laps away from that, and the current situation, of course, the time they're looking to beat is that of Fred Meredith, 4:28.040. And we're watching Harrison Hunter on your TV pictures. And here inside the velodrome, we're seeing for the first time Ben Wiggins getting a little bit closer now. So Wiggins beginning to turn up the volume. As we get to the halfway point, it's still advantage for Hunter, though. Through the line they go. And just about 2 seconds, the differential here. So again, Charlene, both riders exhibiting a very consummate style of pursuing here. Clearly, all that training is paying off here. Of course, Wiggins already a junior champion. The pursuit's all about having a game plan, so whether it's to start out a little bit easier and then finish fast, it looks like that's the game plan for Ben Wiggins, because he's starting to speed up now.
Yep, still advantage for Hunter, but gap is hovering around about that 2 second mark. But we saw Wiggins absolutely blitz around the track in the closing kilometre in particular here in qualification last night. They're reaching that point now with 4 laps to go. But take nothing away from Harrison Hunter. He started faster than Wiggins, and he's maintained that lead all the way through so far. Coach at trackside just indicating to Wiggins that you need to start to lift that pace, because Harrison Hunter is not slowing down.
This is when the lactic acid in the legs are really burning. So the legs are burning and really need to push as hard as you can down to propel yourself forward. And these riders will be trying to keep as consistent a pace as possible throughout the race, but now it's all about emptying the tank, putting the pain to the back of your head, and just absolutely smashing the final 2 laps.
I can tell you there's work still to do here for Ben Wiggins. That increase in pace has not come quickly enough at the moment for the Fensham House MAS design rider. And Harrison Hunter in the back straight still has the upper hand. We're going into the bell this time. Mountain to climb here for Ben Wiggins. Time, of course, is all important in this qualification round, 4:28.040. Fastest 4 riders will go into the medal rides later on in competition. But it's going to be Harrison Hunter who take this one. His time 4:23.918 for Harrison Hunter. And the time for Ben Wiggins in the home straight, 4:25.869. I do wonder, Charlene, if Ben Wiggins may have paid the price for that slightly hesitant departure from the start line.
Yes.
He was behind all the way and couldn't quite come back fast enough.
Yes, and just on that note, just a little reminder for all the school kids in the crowd just to be as quiet as possible in the final 10 seconds. No counting down, because this could really put the riders off. So just a little reminder, just to be as quiet as possible. And then as soon as the riders are off, you can be as loud as you want.
Yeah, we'll remind you by a little bit of shushing when we get towards that 10-second point. And the riders really would appreciate it, because they do need to hear that countdown clock in order to get away cleanly from the line. Save your counting for when you go back to school and do double maths this afternoon. Next on track will be heat number 3. And taking the start in this one, in the home straight, representing Callas Motip Racing Team, will be Sebastian Gary. And his opponent in the back straight from Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli will be Tim Shorman. We're looking down at the rider in the home straight here, Sebastian Gary, just climbing on board his bike, just checking out his aerodynamic position. Just riders go through a little ritual quite often at the start of these events, just to psych themselves up and get ready for the challenge that lies ahead. We're into the 30 seconds to go marker now, over in the back straight. Just a glance across the track here from Tim Shorman from Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli. So 15 seconds to go, so please. Now you can make some noise as both riders get underway in this third heat of the men's 4K individual pursuit qualification. So 4:23.918 is the current fastest time, posted by Harrison Hunter in that preceding heat.
Both riders off to a steady start here into their aerodynamic position, and looking at their coaches as they go past them for them relaying the information onto them. Are they on track, or do they need to speed up a little bit?
Well, early stages yet, but we'll get an indication of the early pace of these two. As they glance across the track, its advantage at the moment, well, very marginal for the rider in the home straight, Sebastian Gary. Both made good starts. And now fully in that aerodynamic position. All the technology they can bring to bear as well. So the specially shaped helmet that deflects the airflow as smoothly as possible over the back of the rider. And we first saw the helmet, those of you on our live stream watching at the moment, you see on the head of Tim Shorman here. Name of the manufacturer displayed on top. We saw Dan Bigham, the brains behind this particular piece of ingenuity, who took the pursuit title last year. Not competing this year, but he's very much involved in the technology pursuiting, working with the Ineos Grenadiers team on the road now. And of course he assisted the Danish team at the World Championships and Olympics as well. So Dan Bigham, I'm sure, very much behind the scenes has contributed a great deal to the increase in pace we've seen in individual pursuiting in recent years. All technology and all innovations have to be checked, of course. The UCI commissaires and the track centre and the British Cycling commissaires will measure bikes, make sure they meet the appropriate regulations. We've got 1 or 2 changes to bike regulations over the winter, so those new changes now, which very much involve the height of the rider being taken into account as well. But at the moment, it is now advantage for Tim Shorman, beginning to pull away slightly from his opponent. 2:19.972 plays 2:21.232 for Sebastian Gary. It's the second half of this ride, 7 laps to go. And Charlie, looking at that helmet we've been talking about there, it looks almost like 2 eyes on the front of it. I'm not sure whether that's deliberate or not, but as you say, riders just focus on the front wheel, the track in front of them, and they've kind of got a sense of where the other rider is, maybe looking up occasionally just to glance across to see where they are in relation to it, but it's full-on concentration and making sure you keep as aero as possible.
Yes, you don't want to be lifting your head up too much in this event. You want to be staying tucked as much as possible, but now the rider's almost in his sights as he comes into the home straight for Tim Shorman.
Yep, Shorman has employed the technique of increasing his pace. It was the rider in the home straight, Sebastian Gary, went away marginally faster, but Shorman has hit back now and is now comfortably ahead inside the final 750 metres of this third heat in the men's individual pursuit qualifier. The rider in the green with the white helmet is Tim Shorman, and he is ahead at the moment. It's time to beat 4:23.918. We're our fastest 4 riders to go into the medal rides later in the day. But Shorman now is comfortably in the same straight as his opponent. I don't think that Sebastian Gary will suffer the ignominy of being caught and passed by Shorman, but he's certainly the rider who is under pressure here as Shorman continues to post faster laps, and he will go through the bell this time. 1 lap to go, 4:03.465 with that final lap to go for Tim Shorman of Wheelbase Camtech Castelli. So will Harrison Hunter's time be under threat here? Here comes Shorman towards his finish line. He'll stop the clock in 4:19.738, new fastest time in competition here so far this morning. So Tim Shorman goes to the top of the leaderboard, and the time for Sebastian Gary, that's 4:26.167.
I always find it so inspiring when you see a rider be able to pick up the speed with 1 or 2 laps to go after, 14 laps of pacing phenomenally.
Yeah, well, as we've mentioned already, it comes down to training and making sure that you're absolutely at the top of your game.
And if you've got a sprint finish as well.
Oh, well, yeah, combined sprint and pursuit would be the ideal cyclist, wouldn't it? Yeah, get out the saddle for that final sprint for the line. Maybe not. So we've got 1 more heat to go in this section of the men's 4K individual pursuit qualifier. Then we'll take a little break while we bring you some action for stages of the women's sprint competition and the remaining couple of heats. So the riders who'll be coming to the track for this heat number 4, starting in the home straight and representing Ward Wheels, will be Tom Ward, and his opponent in the back straight, representing St Piran. A great ride in the qualifiers last night for Josh Charlton. And just see on your live stream pictures that Tom Ward coming to the line here in the orange colours. Number 188 on his back, and in the familiar, to those of you who've been following the fortune of the St Piran team over recent years, of course based down in Cornwall. St Piran, the patron saint of Cornish tin miners, and the real presence for St Piran here at the National Track Championships this year.
And just a reminder to everyone in the crowd to be as quiet as possible, especially those final 10 seconds, so the riders can hear the beeps.
That's great, thank you. And we are off and racing now in heat number 4. Tom Ward and Josh Charlton on the track. Josh Charlton, European Junior Madison title winner back in 2021. Also Junior Team Pursuit gold medalist at those European titles, and a British Scratch Race champion in 2021, along with gold medals in the team pursuit and the individual pursuit at junior level. So Josh Charlton, a real prospect for further progress in this competition as well. We saw a scintillating ride in qualification from him last night. We're looking at the very tucked position here of Tom Ward, almost with his chin on his arms as he goes down the back straight there. So he's tucked nice and aero in that position as he goes down the back straight. And also Josh Charlton looking very good at the opening laps here as well.
If Josh Charlton goes as fast as he did last night, he could be at the top of the riders so far. He got a 4:17 last night, so see if he can better that time or get as close to that time as possible.
Yeah, it was a very well controlled ride by Josh Charlton here last night in the closed qualification session. Charlene says he was faster than anyone who's gone so far in this qualification round. 4:19.738, the current fastest time from Tim Shorman. There are 2 more heats at the conclusion of this one, which will be taking place a little bit later on this morning. They, of course, will feature amongst them last year's silver medalist Charlie Tanfield, who has also joined the St Piran squad for 2023. More of that later when we see him on track, but we'll concentrate our attention on the current St Piran rider, Josh Charlton, and his opponent Tom Ward in this fourth qualification heat. Ward is still slightly ahead, I think, just looking down on the track. Yep, it's almost the changeover there between Ward and Charlton. Ward certainly has made a very fast start. We're approaching the halfway point this time. In fact, the lap board shows 8 to go. That's the halfway point. The riders head for the home stations this time, so we'll compare times when they get there.
On
Ward
the
in the home
straight
straight in the orange.
On the back straight, you can actually see the coach walking the line. So what we were talking about earlier on, they start at the line, and then depending on where they are in their schedule, the coach will click that timer and then step towards them if they are behind, and then away from them if they are ahead.
Well, I can tell you, Charlene, that there was 5,000th of a second between them at the halfway point in favour of Tom Ward, but now Josh Charlton is starting to pull ahead. So into the second half of this pursuit qualifier, and the man in black, Josh Charlton for St Piran. That time from qualification last night that would put him at the top of the classification if he could repeat it here. Tom Ward, though, that fast start needs to keep the concentration, keep that pedal revolutions going for the next 5 laps. Josh Charlton incrementing his pace lap by lap and is now ahead. A quick glance across the track for those of you spectating here at the velodrome. We'll be able to compare the position of the riders. Charlton, I would say, about a bike length ahead of Ward as we looked across the track. That translates into about 0.7 of a second.
And it's the final, we're into that final kilometre now, so we're really starting to see the riders give everything they've got. There's no more pacing left. It's all about just leaving everything they've got, all that effort out on the track.
Well, Ward, who made the faster start, is now very much under pressure from Josh Charlton from St Piran. Charlton gradually increased his pace up to the halfway point and has now gone ahead. 4:19.738 Shawman's time. Will it be under threat? 3:53.039 at the moment for Charlton. And he will be first to get the bell. Half a lap to go for Josh Charlton when he reaches the home straight this time. He's through that now, 4:08.970. This is looking good for Josh Charlton. Round the final corner for him, and he will cross the line in the back straight and stop the clock. 4:16.975. Not only has he beaten his own time from qualification last night, he has gone faster. New fastest time for Josh Charlton of St Piran in 4:16.975, and the time for Tom Ward from Ward Wheels. Well, that was 4:18.728.
Yes, and second fastest time for Tom Ward. So 2 really fast times there before we head on to our next event.
So, individual pursuit fans, just a reminder, we have got 2 further heats to go following the first round of the women's sprint. We'll be back to that very shortly, but we will change discipline now and go into the sprint competition, the first of our head-to-head sprints, having seen the qualification round a little bit earlier this morning. That's the event that got our racing underway here on day 1 of these 2023 British Cycling National Track Championships here at the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. Welcome once again to everyone watching on our live stream. And if you've got friends, family, interested workmates maybe, who are not yet able to get along to a device to watch the action, don't forget, if you are watching, to drop a comment into our YouTube and say how much you're appreciating this coverage. It's a big undertaking here from British Cycling to bring you literally every single moment of the action here at the velodrome here in Wales, wherever in the world you are, and we do hope you're enjoying our coverage. But riders now getting themselves ready for our sprint competition. This is the women's sprint. 8 rounds of 2 riders in each round will come to the track. Riders drawn for their position in this first round off the back of their times from the qualification round earlier in the day. So the rider who finished fastest, that was Emma Finnecane with that time of 10.874. She'll go in the final heat against Sarah Johnson, who was the slowest of the qualifiers in 12.170 for the Edinburgh Road Club. That's heat number 8. The first heat on the track will feature Ellie Stone of Blackline taking on Georgette Rand of VC Lincoln. So just a few moments before the riders come out to the track. They're currently down in track centre, drawing for their starting position. So what happens is they are offered playing cards or similar device by our track centre official. But if you're watching our live stream, you'll actually see the draw taking place down there in the track centre. The rider who draws the inside line will start closer to the bottom of the track. They are obliged to lead for the first half lap unless their opponent decides to go past them. And that first half lap has to be conducted at walking pace or better, so no finessing in the first half lap. And our officials will keep a very careful eye on the riders. They will bring the heat to a halt and bring the riders back to the line if they feel they're not going fast enough. So here come our first 2 riders onto track for our first sprint heat. And a result of that draw, we find out at the top of the track is Ellie Stone in the black for Blackline. And taking position just below her for VC Lincoln is Georgette Rand. Starter will check both riders are good to go. Quick glance around the track as well, make sure everything is in place. He'll blow the whistle and they will roll away from the line. And, well, first couple of laps quite often is a bit of a cat and mouse process, trying to psych out your opponent. It's generally considered, Charlene, that the best place to be here is in second place, because you can actually watch your opponent without the necessity of looking over your shoulder all the time. And of course, they have the element of surprise on their side as well.
There's actually half a second difference between their qualifying times here as well, the faster rider being Ellie Stone at the back. But this is all about tactics. You've got to be able to out-sprint and out-tactic your opponent. So we can see there the rider at the front, Georgette Rand, is just looking over her shoulder, and Ellie just trying to stay low on the track, which is a different approach, but also has that element of surprise.
Yeah, 1 lap to go, so Rand just getting out the saddle to put a little bit more pace into it. Now she does so again, but here comes Stone beginning to make her move around the outside. Ellie Stone of Blackline begins to light the afterburners, and down the back straight she goes. Looks as though Georgette Rand has got no answer to the pace here of Ellie Stone. Stone saved herself at the very last moment. She's going to make further progress in the sprint, and well-judged ride from Ellie Stone, overcoming Georgette Rand in heat number 1. So Georgette, she of course had that lead position all the way through until Stone accelerated past her in that final lap. Pretty good tactics there, I think, for Ellie Stone, and a well-delivered win.
Definitely good tactics and playing to her strength there. She's got a really good start, so a really good jump, and she'll be using that to her advantage. And also Ellie Stone coming back from injury as well. Lots of riders coming back from injury this competition, so great to see them back on the bike.
Right, now we will be focusing our attention. We've got lots and lots of team-inspired riders in the sprint competition, 2 of them on the track now. We're in race number 173, and on the inside position is Millicent Tanner, and her opponent on the outside, number 123, is Iona Moore.
It looks like Iona Moore has slightly different socks, but maybe not.
Well, Charlene's speculation is well
same.
placed. In fact, it is in the rules that if 2 riders of the same team are on the track in an event like this to aid spectators, officials, and indeed your commentators, you have to have a distinguishing feature other than the fact the number on the back is different. I'm going to say the most distinguishing feature here is that the rear disc wheel of Iona Moore has got some white graphics on it, whereas the disc wheel of Millicent Tanner hasn't. So we're going to go with that as our most distinguishing feature between these 2. But, of course, teammates, they'll train together, practice together on the boards of the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. And now, of course, in competition to see who is going to progress further in this sprint competition. It's win and you're through, lose and you're out at this stage of the sprint.
Iona Moore in the preferred position at the back there.
Well, we saw that pay dividends for Ellie Stone in the preceding heat. But, these 2 continuing to keep a moderate pace. lower position on the track, but the height of the banking could well be employed to try and pick up the pace. The rider with that position at the moment. Now she drops down into the well of the track. Her opponent has not yet taken possession of the sprinter's line. That's the red line around the track. Once you're inside that, your opponent's going to go around the outside. Down the back straight they go. And still a closely match, but it's a fight now to try and come around the outside. And the rider making that fight is Iona Moore, but Millicent Tanner has the advantage coming towards the line, and she will hold on to it. So that was close, but Millicent Tanner will get the better of Iona Moore, and she is the winner of heat number 2. So watching our live stream, you'll have the benefit of the replay. And you see great effort made by Iona Moore to come around her opponent, but she ran out of track in which to do it. And Millicent Tanner is the next rider through into the next round of the sprint. So quick fire action here, next 2 riders coming out onto track. Another team-inspired competitor, this time number 150. This is Blaine Ridge Davis of Team Inspired. Her opponent at the top of the track from Wales Racing Academy is Stephanie Hall. So Stone and Tanner already through. So a good ride in the qualification round from Blaine Ridge Davis. She was 3rd fastest, 11.213 for her closing 200 metres. She is in the green colours of Team Inspired. Rider with home advantage here, Stephanie Hall, in the red for the Wales Racing Academy.
Now there's not a lot of time between their qualifyings for these two. There's only 0.3 of a second, so we'll be expecting to see some exciting racing, and I'm sure their coaches will have gave them a game plan, and let's see if they can execute it.
Indeed so. Both riders rode well in the team sprint competition here in the national titles last year. Blaine Ridge Davis is a rider on the silver medal winning team, and her opponent here, Stephanie Hall, just missing out on the medal, finishing 4th in the team sprint last year. But it's individual sprinting that we're all about here at the moment.
And Stephanie Hall now out the saddle, building up that speed.
But maintaining that second spot, she has got the slipstream to try and benefit from. Blaine Ridge Davis. Davis will try and defend her position. But they're neck and neck going across the 200-metre line. And of course, Hall has got the longer way round here. Blaine Ridge Davis has got the sprinter's line. Hall's got to go around the outside. The Welsh rider is fighting hard, but not quite able to match the pace of Blaine Ridge Davis. She held her position very strongly out of that corner with a lap to go, despite the best efforts of Stephanie Hall to come around the outside of Blaine Ridge Davis. It's the team-inspired rider who will take victory in heat number 3.
And it's very hard when you get caught on the hip of a rider to get round for that long. It was almost a lap, and it would have been very impressive to see her coming out in front there in the end, but it's just you're going a lot further around the track. Absolutely,
being on the inside definitely is the advantage. It's reinforced to you once again the importance of the red line on the track. It is called the sprinter's line, and once you have taken possession of that line in the final sprint, your opponent is obliged to go around the outside. Equally, you can't come out of that line to impede your opponent going past you, otherwise that will be a penalty as well. So it's all about hitting that line first, and Blaine Ridge Davis had that line and held onto it despite the best efforts of Stephanie Hall. Okay, moving on to heat number 4 now. Lowry Thomas of Team Inspired. Those of you watching our live stream pictures, she is the rider on the right of your picture in the green colours. And her opponent is Serena Nat of the Wales Racing Academy. So Nat is at the top of the track and Thomas at the lower position.
2 Welsh riders here, so they might know each other very well.
Yep, different teams, of course. Wales Racing Academy for Serena Nat and Team Inspired for Lowry Thomas.
Laurie Thomas is at the front there. You can see her looking round to make sure that she can see where Serena Nat is.
Well, Lowry Thomas took the 4th place in the sprint 12 months ago. Just losing out in the bronze medal final to Emma Finnecane. So she'll be hoping to make amends for that and get herself a place on the podium here in 2023. First objective, though, is to overcome her opponent here, Serena Nat. And you can see the difficulty of being in the lead position here, vividly illustrated by Larry Thomas, riding forwards whilst looking backwards. That's a technique you have to develop. Don't try that at home, folks.
You definitely practice that in training as well. So you can see here, trying to pin the rider up to the top of the banking, trying to outsmart and kind of put the other rider off.
Yeah, Thomas was trying to deny the line to Serena Nat. Let's keep her as high on the track as she could and prevent her attacking over the top. Thomas going down the back straight. Nat is fighting hard here, but we're approaching the final run to the line, and it's Larry Thomas again, the lower position on the track, proving beneficial to the rider from Team Inspired, and Larry Thomas is the rider who will win that one and overcome Serena Nat of Wales Racing Academy.
Great tactics there by Laurie Thomas. Just, you know, sometimes it's mind games. You know, the closer you get to your opponent on the track, can kind of put them off.
Well, you quite often hear from people who are perhaps not very familiar with track cycling, if they see sprinting for the first time, they often ask, oh, why do they spend so much time just looking at each other and riding really slowly? Well, it's a tactical game, and that's what makes it so compelling to watch when you understand what is happening. We hope via our live stream, if you're watching track cycling for the first time, you're enjoying the action here on day one of the British Cycling National Championships. We're midway through the women's sprint first round. Riders on the track for heat number 5 for Team Inspired in the green colours in the lower position on the track. Race number 11 for Lauren Bell, and her opponent for SES Racing in the red colours at the top of the track. This is Anna Whitworth-Hay. So our starter just checking both riders are good to go. The gun in his hand, by the way, as if it's necessary to stop the heat for some reason. He'll fire the gun to bring the riders back to the line or to stop the race for some reason. For the first half lap, keeping a very careful eye on the pace, to making sure they're travelling at least at walking pace. After they've completed that first half lap, they are able to come to a complete halt if they so wish, but for no more than 2 occasions, for no more than 30 seconds duration. We used to have really prolonged standstills back in the bad old days of track sprinting. I think the longest one was nearly an hour in a junior championship somewhere in the world. So the rules were changed to make sure that that didn't happen. So you are limited in the amount of time you can come to a halt. The reason riders do come to a halt, by the way, is to try and force the rider in second place to go to the front. And it's a real leg burner if you try and do that, trying to balance your bike on the pedals. Of course, no brakes on a track bike. So you don't tend to see standstills very often and for very long for that very reason.
Both riders starting to creep up the track, get some height to build up on top of that gear. On a move there from Anna Whitworth-Hay to get in front.
Yeah, well, she's caught Lauren Bell napping slightly there as Anna Whitworth-Hay. Bell was slow to respond to that move from the rider from SES Racing, and Anna Whitworth-Hay is making full benefit of that. But here comes Lauren Bell. Has she left her charge too late? She's almost on terms as they come under the scoreboard. Bell on the outside, Whitworth-Hay on the inside. It's going to be close, but Lauren Bell came back, closed that gap. And, well, she'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Anna Whitworth-Hay, good tactics there, stealing a march on Bell in the back straight, but the pace of the team-inspired rider proved too much for Anna Whitworth-Hay, and Lauren Bell is the winner of heat number 5.
Really good tactics there by Anna Whitworth-Hay to go early and to bide her chances, because you know, if you've got a big gap between your qualifying time, you know you've just got to try anything you can to beat that rider that you know is actually faster than you.
So 3 more heats to go in this women's sprint first round. Already through Ellie Stone, Millicent Tanner, Blaine Ridge-Davis, Larry Thomas, and most recently Lauren Bell. Next 2 riders to come to the track. Already in position on the uppermost part of the track will be Katie Marchant of Team Inspired, holder of the national record for the 200-metre closing 200-metre time trial. And we saw a good time from Katie Marchant and her return to racing in the qualification round. Her opponent is Sylvia Mistal of the Glasgow track racing team. She's the rider on the inside who's obliged to lead for the first half lap, unless, of course, Katie Marchant elects to go past her. Off they go.
Sylvia Mitchell, actually a fifth-year medical student. This actually blows my mind how they have time to study so much and train to this level. It's absolutely inspiring. And as we've seen again, we've got Katie Marchant there, looking to get the first race under her belt since coming back from having her baby.
As you said earlier, if you've just joined us particularly on our live stream, Charlene noting that Katie Marchant recently became a new mum, but she's now back in great racing form on the track. And, Sylvia Mistal occupying the lead position at the moment. Marchant laying off a couple of bike lengths. Deliberate tactics here, I think, from Marchant, just keeping a careful eye on Mistal, but she has got the opportunity to try and steal a march on her opponent. Bell rings and Marchant moves up the track using the height of the track to her advantage, but Mistal is still in the lead position. But here comes Marchant drawing level with her opponents as they come towards corner 3. Under the scoreboard they come. Marchant on the outside, the longer route to the line, but Katie Marchant will get there ahead of Sylvia Mistal, and Katie Marchant is the winner of heat number 6. Well, no panic there, Charlene, for Katie Marchant. She rode that one very well indeed, conserved a little bit of energy till it was absolutely necessary, and then accelerated past her opponent in the back straight and took a good win. Just for those you watching our live stream, we'll see an action replay of the closing half lap there, with Katie Marchant taking the victory from Sylvia Mistal by about a bike length and a bit.
It is great to see Katie Marchant back on the boards, doing what she loves. And really, really great to see her. No pressure this competition as well, you know. First time probably no pressure for her, so it's brilliant.
Well, speaking of pressure, the next rider on track was a rider who took the silver medal here last year. She was defeated in, went to 3 matches actually, with Rhiannon Edmonds, who was the last year's champion. And that rider, of course, for Team Inspired is Sophie Capewell. Capewell has drawn the uppermost position in this heat, and her opponent is Amy Cole from the Wales Racing Academy. We saw Amy in action in the piloting the tandem a few moments ago in the Paracycling sprint, but now she's back on the solo machine. So both riders just gathering their thoughts before being launched away from the start line. Sophie Capewell, those riders who comes from a real cycling family. And well, we've watched her develop over the years. And she not only that silver medal in the sprint last year, also the silver medal in the team sprint as well. And she was a bronze medalist in the World Championships in St. Quentin-en-Yvelines in Paris last year in the team sprint, and also a great bronze medal in the time trial at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and a silver medal in the Kirin. So Sophie Capewell, a very accomplished rider indeed. Her opponent here, the rider in the Welsh colours, Amy Cole. Can she overcome Sophie Capewell? Cole was just outside the medals in the team sprint here last year, finishing in 4th place. Capewell, higher position on the track at the moment.
If she's that high on the track, she's going to be building speed as well. So you can see she's out the saddle, almost doing a 200-metre line here. Easing back a bit just to leave that gap so that she can rush into that air pocket and try to come round, as she will be aiming to do so in that final bend.
Well, it's going to be close. Here they come, Cole on the inside, but Capewell coming around the outside at the last moment, just moving ahead. And, well, put a strong challenge from Amy Cole, but unable to deny a place in the next round to last year's silver medalist, Sophie Capewell from Team Inspired, the next rider to go through into the following round of the sprint.
A really, really perfectly timed effort there by Sophie Capewell. You could see she wasn't having to fight the bike at all, and she timed her effort to perfection, finishing first over the line there.
So our next heat, which in fact is the final heat in this women's sprint first round, will feature the fastest rider from the qualifiers earlier this morning. One of 3 riders to post a sub-11 second time, Emma Finnecane, Welsh rider, so again familiar with the boards here of the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. She's in the green colours of Team Inspired and is at the top of the track. Her opponent from up in Edinburgh, the Edinburgh RC rider Sarah Johnson, of course was the last qualifier, as it were, the slash rider for the qualification round. So she's actually got a big ask here against last year's winner of the bronze medal, Emma Finney-Kane. Heat 8, the final heat in the women's sprint round 1.
It's all about experience though, isn't it? And I'm sure that is what Sarah Johnson will be aiming to do, and she'll be aiming to win as well. So let's see what she can do if her tactics are up to speed.
Well, Emma Finney-Kane, a great year she had last year. Silver medal in the Keirin Championships here at Newport in the national titles, and then went on to take a bronze in the team sprint and the sprint in the Commonwealth Games, Birmingham Commonwealth Games, which of course for geographical reasons took place at the Lee Valley Velodrome in London. So that's a great form from the Commonwealth Games for Emma Finney-Kane. Also took a bronze medal in the World Team Sprint titles in Paris last year. At the moment, though, she's giving plenty of ground to Sarah Johnson. Johnson knows that Finney-Kane is the faster of these two and is trying to maximise the advantage she has at the moment, mindful of the fact that Finney-Kane, when she launches, will be able to close that gap pretty rapidly. So Johnson is fully committed here. The Edinburgh rider still with a comfortable lead going into the back straight, but here comes Emma Finney-Kane, pressing harder on the pedals, just deviating from her line to go past her opponent, tucks back into the bottom, and there she is across the line, first in the final heat, and she too progresses into the next round of the sprint. Victory for Emma Finney-Kane, defeating Sarah Johnson of the Edinburgh Road Club.
I mean, that's almost what you've got to do there. You've got to, you know, go early for Sarah Johnson. Probably what I would have done as well. Try and get away as early as possible and hold on to that speed. But really, really impressive to see Emma Finney-Kane just timing her effort to come around in that final straight to take the win.
Indeed, so that sprint competition will continue here later on in the course of competition today. That was the first round of that women's sprint. We'll get the second round after we have seen the remaining heats of the men's individual pursuit competition that we began earlier this morning. With the first 4 heats, we've got 2 more heats to go. So once again, we change from sprinting to pursuiting here on the track. If you're a keen follower of track racing over the years and you're puzzling as to why we no longer place timing strips, as we call little foam pads around the outside of the track, that used to be the hallmark of timed events like this one, essentially to stop the riders riding off the track and gaining an advantage by covering a shorter distance. Well, it's been judged in recent years that that is not necessarily a great differentiator, so the rules have been changed now. Those timing pads are no longer used in events like this, so the riders don't have to avoid them. Quite often you saw the pad being flicked up by a rider, another rider having to try and avoid it, or getting them stuck in your front wheel. All kinds of things happen, so I think it's perhaps safer now that the progress is unimpeded by pads around the track, but of course it behoves the rider to remain on the track and cover the distance on the boards rather than on the blue bit. So who have we got in this first heat of our resumption? It's heat number 5, in fact. And another new recruit for St Piran this year, the Cornish-based team. And this is Will Perrett, who will line up for St Piran in the home straight. I'm sure Ricky and Jenny and the rest of the St Piran team down there in Cornwall will be rooting for their riders here at their first major participation in the National Championships. Opponent for Will Roberts in the back straight is Will Perrett, riding for Cheney Windows and Doors Cycling. Just a reminder to you once again, folks, as this is a timed event with a countdown, please stay nice and quiet for the final 10 seconds to allow the riders to hear the countdown, and then feel free to make as much noise to roar them away from the line. 15 seconds to go. Riding for the Wales Racing Academy back in 2021, if memory serves me correctly. Now, of course, in the colours of St Piran. And on the track, well, he was the bronze medalist in the Commonwealth Games scratch race in Birmingham, London, last year. So that's Will Roberts. His opponent, Will Perrett. So an accomplished rider indeed here, riding for the Cheney Windows and Doors cycling team. And he was a silver medalist in last year's championships in the team pursuit.
And Will Perrett also coming off the back of the UCI Track Champions League as well, and putting on some really beautiful performances in the bunch races. This is a timed event, but we'll see if that form's carried on to his pursuit. You can see he's looking good at the moment.
Yep.
Not long into the race, but...
It's not, but he's certainly just a little bit ahead of Will Roberts. So he's made the faster start, but Roberts, I'm sure, will begin to turn the screw and hit back against his opponent here. These two will know each other pretty well, having both raced on the Welsh team in previous years. And I would say that's pretty close at the moment. 125.446, 124.9 for Perrett. 10 laps to go this time. From the preceding section of the pursuit qualifiers, the fastest time we've seen so far in this competition was by Josh Charlton in 4:16.975. Charlton, remembers, a rider who got into this pursuit competition by virtue of a qualification ride last night here in a closed session of racing. And great time he recorded. Second fastest at the moment, 4:18.728 for Tom Ward. Both those rides coming in the final heat we saw before the little break for the sprint. At the moment, Roberts and Perrett still matching each other pedal rev for pedal rev here on the track.
You can see that both riders are keeping as close as they can to that black line, and that is the quickest way round the track. And to be able to hold that line at these speeds is incredible, and also when you're so tired, when you're pushing down on those pedals.
Well, the roar of the crowd here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales for both these riders. Welshmen, of course, and Will Roberts for St Piran. Looks though he might just be getting his nose ahead now of Will Perrett. So Roberts starting to pick up his pace. All part, I'm sure, of the schedule worked out to deliver them to the line as rapidly as possible. But certainly a very close match at the moment, but it's an indication perhaps that Roberts will have the better speed in the closing kilometre. We're approaching that point on the riders reach the home station this time with 4 laps to go. So 1 kilometre remaining, and it's advantage for Roberts by 2 seconds now over Will Perrett. So has Perrett got anything left to hit back at Roberts in the closing stages? No shortage of support for either rider, but it's the man in black as opposed to the man in black and white who still has the advantage. Will Roberts, flying the flag of Cornwall in the colours of St Piran, has got 2 laps to go. So keep in mind that 4:16.975, the time pasted by Josh Charlton. Still the current leader. It looks as though Roberts is going to bring this one home, but the time, of course, is the all-important factor. Fastest 4 riders will face off for the medals. And here comes Roberts. He'll be first to reach the finish line. And his time, when he will stop the clock, is 4:17.268. That's the second fastest time in this men's individual qualification round so far for Will Roberts, on the time for Will Perrett as he crosses the line as well. Unfortunately, our computer not showing me that at the moment. Oh, found it now. So, yeah, that is 4:21.055 for Will Perrett. In fact, it's on the scoreboard as well for those of you here inside the velodrome. But Will Roberts, the winner of heat number 5. If you have just tuned into our live stream, by the way, just let me explain to you that myself and Charlie Jones alongside me here in the commentary box, we're commentating for both the venue and the live stream simultaneously. We're very clever that way, but you may occasionally hear references to one item or another which is more appropriate to the other channel, so you understand hopefully that we are commentating to 2 venues at the same time, those of you out there in the world watching us on the live stream, and those of the spectators here, and obviously teams here inside the velodrome as well. We hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you are in the world. Thank you for tuning in on our live stream. Remember, we're live every single day of these championships. You won't miss a moment of the action. And now, speaking of action, let's bring to the track our final heat in this men's individual pursuit qualification round. And involved in this one is the man who was the silver medalist here 12 months ago. Another new recruit to the St Piran squad, having joined from Rival Well-Tight team ceased to operate at the end of last year, but Charlie Tanfield, what a great rider Charlie Tanfield is. He's already got an incredible list of performances to his name, including a under-23 title on the road, on the Road Championship. He was the Commonwealth Games individual pursuit champion back in 2018 on the Gold Coast in Australia, and a World Team Pursuit champion in the same year back in 2018. He was second in the individual pursuit last year, just losing out to Dan Bigham in the final. So Charlie Tanfield will start in the home straight, and his opponent in the back straight riding for Hub is Michael Gill. And Gill, well, he'll put up a strong challenge as well. He was 4th overall in the individual pursuit last year, just losing out in the bronze medal final. So exciting prospects here for these two riders. Charlie Tanfield in the black of St Piran comes out onto the track. His opponent, Michael Gill, already on board his machine. Time to beat 4:16.975 for Josh Charlton. Into the final 30 seconds. So both riders underway. Out of the saddle until they get on top of the gear, as we call it in the world of track cycling. Of course, you can't just snick a gear change like you can on a road bike. You're riding the gear that you set off with all the way. So the effort required to get it turning and to get on top of it, once they are comfortable, they're moving out to the pace required. They'll then settle into that aerodynamic tuck position to slice through the air as effectively as possible here inside the Garrett Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. And Charlie Tanfield, there should be a D on the end of that graphic on your screen as you're watching that live stream. The rider who hails from Great Ayton up in the northeast of England, and another member of a prestigious cycling family with older brother Harry and younger brother Toby also competing.
Looking at the kit here, that's got to be my favourite kit so far. The Hub outfit, purple, blue, it's almost like zebra colours. Brilliant. Yeah, it's not colours, but that effect.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's got a very interesting pattern on the back of the jersey as we focus in our picture. For those of you watching our live stream, a nice close-up shot there of Michael Gill. Of course, jerseys are one thing, but it's actually, we talk about the technology on bikes and helmets. Of course, jerseys as well. The fabric used in jerseys can have an effect on the time. In fact, there are aerodynamic skin suits now manufactured, and that can give a rider an advantage as well.
Apparently, you can't have an undervest that affects the top layer of a skin suit as well in these events. So technology is really coming on. It's almost like a science project rather than rather than just going as fast as you can on the bike. But you can see the coaches there just relaying information on the home straight. We've got Johnny Whale, the coach, just relaying information to his rider, Charlie Tanfield. Yep,
Johnny Whale, a pretty good pursuiter himself, so certainly a good man to have at the trackside to give you all the information you need. And speaking of technology, it's interesting to note that the British cycling team now have the opportunity to use a wind tunnel. It's located at the Institute of Sport near the Velodrome in Manchester. Tanfield's still going well at the moment, looking down on the track, but Gill is matching him pretty closely. So a very close heat indeed at the moment between these two.
So close, and this is exactly why I love the pursuit. It's looking at that pursuit line, seeing who is in front each lap, and it can change so close. Oh, so close. Charlie Tanfield's still ahead there, not by much though.
Incidentally, on the way to the silver medal last year, Tanfield placed a time of 4:07.972 against Dan Bigham in the gold medal ride. Michael Gill, well, he took on Carl Gordon for the bronze medal, just losing out to the man from that ride last year in the bronze medal competition. So both riders were in contention for medals last year and will hope to be similarly this year. Gill has gone just ahead of Tanfield at the moment. So that aerodynamic setup we've just been mentioning for Michael Gill, certainly proving effective. But Charlie Tanfield, if you take a look particularly at the rear triangle of his bike, you see that very specially designed aerodynamic bike. It's very much a feature of the British cycling team over recent years.
And this is it now. You know, we're coming into the final 2 laps, so there's no pacing left. It's all about just giving it everything they've got. You can see that their legs are burning, they're shuffling on the seat, and that just indicates that they're really pushing hard down on those pedals.
Well, it's still close, but it's still an advantage for Gill. So last year's silver medalist Charlie Tanfield has got work to do here in the closing stages if he's to try and fight for a medal this year, because Michael Gill still has the upper hand. Time, of course, they're aiming for is 4:16.975, held by Josh Charlton. Half a lap to go. Can Tanfield hit back at Gill? I think Gill's going to get there first. Let's look at the time. Michael Gill will cross the line. A new fastest time, 4:13.774 for Michael Gill of Team Hub. And the time for Charlie Tanfield of St Piran is 4:15.058. So fastest 4 riders will ride off for the medals later on today. That's finally coming up during the course of this evening's racing session. Our live pictures just showing a replay of Michael Gill's arrival on the line. So getting ourselves ready for the next event on track. Those of you who have the benefit of the race programme in front of you, I can tell you that the race scheduled to take place event 7, the women's sprint second round, not required. That competition will continue into the quarter-finals later on this morning. So our next competitive event on the track will be event number 8, which will be the men's team sprint qualification. So just shuffling our paperwork here in the commentary box to bring in the information about the men's team sprint. There'll be 8 heats in total. Teams will start individually in the home straight only.
Just looking into the track centre, you can see all of the riders warming up there on the things that are called rollers. So if you've never been to track cycling, they're balancing on 3 rollers, and this is what they use to warm up. Sometimes you can see turbo trainers where they take the back wheel out and they use this, warming up with their headphones in the zone. And that is such an important part of the racing, is just to get into that zone. Wonder what they're listening to. Favourite songs.
Well, if you have some favourite riders, favourite songs, maybe you want to get involved with our event via social media. And we're all across the socials, as I believe the youngsters say these days. I'm sounding as I know what I'm talking about here. So we've got a Twitter feed, live updates and information on the event. Follow us on Twitter. It's at British Cycling. Of course, those of you watching it on our YouTube will already know about our YouTube channel, the British Cycling YouTube channel, bring you live stream coverage of every moment of the action throughout these championships. On Facebook, search for British Cycling. You'll find our Facebook pages there. And of course, if you want to get involved in the conversation, please include the hashtag #TrackChamps, and we will see your comments. Nice ones, please. And maybe suggest what will be on your playlist if you were preparing yourself for a competitive ride at these national championships, and what might be the tunes on your headphones. What about you, Charlene? What's on your playlist?
Waka Waka Shakira.
Pardon?
Waka Waka Shakira.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. I'm all across that.
What about you, Carl?
Maybe probably be Steely Dan or something like that. Yes.
Who?
Yeah, see, there we go. Yes. comparison of relative ages here in the commentary box. So, slight pause in the action down in the track centre before we bring our team sprint riders onto the track. Of course, with no necessity for a round 2 in the women's sprint, little gap in the programme. So just bear with us whilst we get ourselves ready for the next competitive action. If you're watching our live stream, you'll see pictures of the riders warming up, and Charlene just been mentioning all kinds of different headphones being employed down there, some favouring the in-ear variety, some preferring the over-ear variety. So we're not going to have a headphone survey just yet, but if we really run out of material, we might possibly ask you to tell us which is your favourite type of headphone via Twitter. That'd be exciting, wouldn't it? To see people reaching for their mobile phones even now.
Yes, we do want to hear what would be on your playlist. So wait, Stronger, Kanye West. Definitely Eye of the Tiger. Cheesy, but
I see. I recognise that one. That's a good old 70s AM FM radio classic. That Eye of the Tiger from Survivor.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, absolutely. Unless someone's re-recorded it recently.
Give us another 2 tunes.
Another 2 tunes. How about More Than a Feeling by Boston? That kind of vibe as well.
I like it.
Try some Boston. Yeah, that's pretty good. And of course, what else? I don't know. A bit of Dire Straits. Bit of Money for Nothing. Dire Straits. Yeah. That's good. Well, we are informed that racing is due to resume in 14 minutes' time at 12 o'clock. So you have got a 14-minute break here in the velodrome. Also, those you watching on the live stream as well. The live stream will continue, but we'll be back with more commentary for you when the racing resumes at 12 o'clock. So welcome back after our little break. Welcome back to our viewers on the British Cycling YouTube live stream as well. We're about to resume the action here with the men's team sprint qualification. We have 8 heats in this competition. Team sprint, of course, made up of 3 riders. The inside rider in the gate will ride the opening lap. He'll then swing up. Next rider in line will take over, and then the final rider will complete the distance and record the time. So teams will progress into the semi-finals from this qualification round, and we're into the final 15-second countdown. So underway for the first heat, and led away there by William Munday of the Glasgow Track RC. This is the Glasgow Track Racing team sprint. Bit of fresh air between the riders here, but those gaps will close up. The second rider will rush into the gap left by the leading rider, who must swing off the racing line within 15 metres of the start line. Next 2 riders, the first rider's job done. So 3 laps of the track in total. The third rider will now take up the final lap and complete the distance to record the time. This is Anthony Young, last man left on track here. This time, of course, will establish the benchmark time for the other teams to aim for in this team sprint competition. And approaching the line for the Glasgow Track RC, and across the line, stopping the clock in a time of 47.869 for Glasgow Track Racing team. That was the Glasgow Track Team B. They've actually got 2 teams in this competition. You'll see Team A a little bit later.
Riders have been selecting bigger gears so that they can deliver their teammates faster. But it's all about how they can get off the line as well.
Yeah, once again, with a timed event such as this one, the start is very important. Incidentally, the technicalities of the start is that the rider in the gate must cross the start line ahead of the other 2. If one of the outside riders crosses the line ahead of the man in the gate, then it will be judged to be a false start, and they'll be brought back to the line. And the other point of interest, you'll notice the 3 timing strips located between the start point and what is actually the finish line in bunch races. And that marks the 15-metre zone in which the changeover must be completed between the rider who's swinging off and the rider who is taking up the chase behind him. So our officials also keep an eye on that sector of the track as well to make sure that the race line has been taken over by the next rider in that zone. There's also a measurement on the track as to how far apart the bikes are placed. You'll see our officials here just indicating with the foot where the front wheel of the bike has to go. And they must start in a straight line. Used to be the option to have a 45-degree start, but now they must start in a straight line. This next team is Team PDQ Cycle Coaching. Byron Hooper on the outside. Jacob Davis in the middle. I can't quite see the number of his teammates. This potentially could either be Alistair Brown or Robbie Morgan on the inside position, the man in the gate. So PDQ cycle coaching get underway. It is indeed Alistair Brown who is man 1 here. Time to beat 47.869 posted by Glasgow Track RC in the opening heat.
And time to beat for the fastest first lap is 18.6. So let's see if he can beat that.
So this event began its life, it was actually called the Olympic Sprint initially, which was a bit confusing because it often took place not at the Olympics, but renamed the Team Sprint. Of course, it is a sprint for a team of riders. And the third rider here to complete the distance is Byron Hooper for Team PDQ into the final half lap. Let's see while they're going to stop the clock. Time to beat, as I mentioned, 47.869. and across the line in 51.267 for Team PDQ. And that's just slightly slower by 3.3 seconds than the Glasgow team in the previous heat.
Man one went off really fast there, and it didn't really seem like there was they were close enough to get the drag, so not getting much advantage from that.
It's a fine line, isn't it, Charlene? Perhaps you want to mention that, and then when we see the next team on track, you leave a gap for the rider to rush into the gap as they make the changeover. If you're too big a gap, as you say, they get no aerodynamic advantage from the rider in front, and then it's a real chase to try and get into that position. So again, it all comes down to training and practice and honing your technique before you come to these national championships.
Equally, the rider who was riding man one might have been aiming for as fast a first lap as he could, and possibly a PB. So you never know what the tactics are coming into the nationals. If they've got their own agenda, of course you want to get the fastest time possible as a team, but everyone's got their own times to beat as well.
Yep. All kinds of things at play out there on the track. But two teams completed so far. Glasgow Track RC still the top of the leaderboard. Team B from Glasgow in a time of 47.869, and PDQ coaching in 51.267. When we come to the finals of this competition, of course, there'll be a team starting in each straight, one in the home straight, one in the back straight. But for this qualification round, all rides in the home straight only. And next to go will be BCCRT. And the riders who'll be lining up here, they're just getting themselves ready at the side of the track, just waiting for the bike to be secured in the starting gate for man one. The lineup for this one: Thomas Alcock, Bram Otwell and Noah Woodhouse, the riders for Heat 3 and BCC RT. Well, the bike is now successfully deployed in the starting gate. It's going to be Noah Woodhouse who will ride the opening lap. Man 2, Bram Otwell, and man 3 will be Thomas Alcock. So now Woodhouse in the gate inside the final 10 seconds. So BCCRT are underway.
Explosive start there by man one, Noah Woodhouse. You can see he's got quite a head start there, and his teammates really trying to get into that slipstream.
So completion of the opening lap for BCCRT. So work done for Noah Woodhouse. Bram Otwell will swing off the front this time, and he'll leave the third and final leg to be completed by Thomas Alcock, the man who'll complete the distance and record the time for this team. 47.869, the current lead held by Glasgow Track RC Team B. And here comes Thomas Alcock to stop the clock in a time of 49.629. So that's the second fastest time we've seen in this competition so far for Team BCC RT. Well, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a big roar here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales when the next team come to the track, because it will, of course, be the team of Wales. Represented on this occasion by Ewan Davis, Joe Holt and Harvey McNaughton. Joe Holt took a team pursuit gold medal here at the championships last year. Accomplished rider on both road and track, Joe Holt. And Harvey McNaughton as well, lining up for the Welsh team here. And Harvey, also a member of that team pursuit winning squad, and a bronze medal in the time trial at last year's championships.
And every team member has their job to do in this race. It's the first rider in the starting blocks. They are going to be, in the start gate, they are going to be the rider that gets the team up to speed, so the powerhouse. Then you've got man 2, who is going to be just building that speed and maintaining the speed of that man 1, and then the rider in the third position basically just has to finish it off as fast as they can and just give everything that they've got. But that man 3 position's difficult. It's 3 laps of full out sprinting.
Of course, it comes through many hours of training and practice to determine which rider is best suited to which role. Your absolute flat-out sprinter will often ride the opening leg to get the team off to the very best start they can. Of course, the rider in the third position has to complete the greatest distance, so he needs to have that extra little bit of endurance to keep that pace going for 3 laps of the track. So this is Team Wales, the 4th team to go in this men's team sprint qualification round. Just final preparations to get the bike into the gate. Nice close-up shot for those of you watching on our live stream. And the long shot from the end of the finishing straight. So inside the final 30 seconds, man 1 is Ewan Davis, man 2 is Harvey McNaughton, and man 3 is Joe Holt. So here we go. Feel free to get behind your home team here. This is Team Wales, aiming to better that time of Glasgow Track RC. 47.869 is the target. And Ewan Davis getting away to a fast start here. He'll swing up, and Harvey McNaughton will take over the reins at the head of the race. Glasgow Track RC have the fastest opening lap at 18.863. Got one more lap to go for Wales, and that will be taken by Joe Holt this time. So Holt looking for a new fastest time for Wales. Heading down the back straight, and will complete the ride now. So Team Wales will stop the clock. The time is 46.588, the new fastest time. Team Wales go into the lead in the men's team sprint qualification. Well, 0.2 of a second faster on the opening lap for Wales than Glasgow. And they kept that pace up throughout the ride to deliver the first sub-47 second ride of this qualification round, 46.588.
Lap 2 is pretty fast as well. First lap to go under the 14. Actually, both final laps. So lap 2 was 13.996, and then lap 3 was 13.96. Really, really good.
Yep, very, very consistent ride indeed from Team Wales. We're benefiting from many hours of training here on the boards of the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. If you are just tuning into our British Cycling YouTube channel, welcome along to our live coverage of these national titles. Myself, Cole Lawrence and Charlene Jones alongside me, bringing you all of the action, both for the spectators here inside the venue and for those of you watching on our YouTube channel as well. Our next team will be coming out on the track very shortly. Heat number 5 will feature the enhanced team. Just waiting for Wales to depart from the track, which they have now done. And the start gate will be brought out, ready for the next team to go. So lining up for the enhanced team, who 2/3 of this team were the losers in the bronze medal final here last year, finishing in 4th position overall. That's Benjamin Gill and Bo Mayer, both competed here 12 months ago. Today they have added Harry Radford as the other member of the squad. They did a 47.241 on the way to that 4th place finish last year, just beat by Glasgow Track Team A last year. So the riders being rolled into position, and starting in the gate will be number 144, Harry Radford. Man 2 will be number 62, Benjamin Gill. And man 3 will be number 116, Bo Mayer. So the 5th team to take the start in this men's team sprint qualification round. Time to beat 46.588. So enhanced away from the line, with Harry Radford getting a nice clean start there in the gate. Again, open that little gap at the front, putting in a very rapid opening lap, which will be followed by Benjamin Gill taking up the chase for lap 2.
Really well timed change over there. You could see a good start, and then rider number 2, Benjamin Gill, really rushed into that space.
So there's the bell with 1 lap to go for enhanced. Can they improve on that 4th place finish in the competition last year? First key to that will be posting a good qualification time, and here we come. The man heading for the line here is Bo Mayer, and they stop the clock in 46.628. That is the 2nd fastest time so far here this morning. Again, fast opening lap, and very fast second lap, 30.905 for lap 2 for Benjamin Gill. And a good performance overall for Team Enhanced, putting them in 2nd place at this stage of the qualification round.
Yes, rapid first lap there with an 18.361.
So 3 more heats to go. Next team to come to the track will be representing the Northwest region. What a fine part of the United Kingdom that is. Not that I'm biased, obviously. So the Northwest region will be represented by 3 riders from a selection of 4. We'll confirm who they are when they come to the start line. The start gate is hauled out onto the track. Well, we can tell you've got Oliver Alul and Hayden Norris waiting patiently. So the man who's going to come out to take position in the starting gate is waiting for the bike to be inserted first. It's James Bunting. He'll be man 1 for the Northwest region.
This was my event one day.
Oh, yeah?
Started out with the team sprint and then changed to endurance, but great event.
Absolutely. Which position did you... It been 2 riders when you were riding, wasn't it?
Only
For the women's team
2.
sprint, yeah.
I would have loved the chance I've done man 3, but I was man 2.
Or indeed woman 2.
Women.
Yeah, that's absolutely accurate. So Team Wales have the lead, Enhanced lying second, Glasgow Track Team B currently third into the final 20-second countdown for the Northwest region. And away we go, led away by James Bunting. Man 2 will be Hayden Norris, man 3 will be Oliver Alul. Bunting was part of the silver medal winning Team East Midlands last year. So to Hayden Norris. Good opening lap. Man 2 takes up the chase. The aforementioned Hayden Norris is the man on track at the front here. He'll swing off and leave the distance to be completed by Oliver Alul.
This team leading the competition at the moment. Can they hold on to it coming into the home straight?
Oliver Alul, a junior sprint champion in the Junior Nationals last year, and across the line he goes to stop the clock for the team of Northwest Region. 45.558, new fastest time. New leaders are Northwest Region. Well, unfortunately, our statistical computer is having a little bit of a think at the moment, so we can't confirm those lap times just at the moment, but I can confirm they are the fastest currently, with still 2 teams yet to go. So the penultimate team to take to the track will be Team Inspired. And the riders featured here will be Marcus Hiley, Harry Leddingham-Horn and Ed Lowe. We'll determine the starting order for you momentarily when they come to the track. And then the final heat will be the team of Glasgow Track Team A. So those of you watching our live stream, looking at Team Wales there, having a post-race discussion. Remember, they were a team who were at the top of the... OK, we've been presented with a challenge here from my friend Nathan. While we wait for this team to come to the track, it's time to say hello to our school children here this morning, and with a foregoing apologies to the entire nation of Wales, welcome the children from Ysgol Cymraeg Eiffel Hael School. How was that? Pretty quiet out there. They're either stunned by my inefficiency at Welsh pronunciation or it was absolutely nailed. What do you think? Yeah, we'll have lots of Welsh people already tweeting in our hashtag track champs to say, no, you don't say it like that. Anyway, I'm not going to repeat it again. And Charlene, when she took one look and thought, no, I'm Scottish, not going to go at that.
It's a good effort, though, Carl.
Thank you very much. 10 out of 10 for effort, minus several million for style, I think. Oh, well, never mind. OK, this will be Team Inspired next on track. No, thank you. Well, Team Inspired were the gold medal winners last year, albeit a slightly different lineup. In fact, a completely different lineup. Jack Carlin, Ali Fielding, Joseph Truman and Hamish Turnbull took the gold medal last year for Team Inspired. Riders lining up here. And Charlene's been taking a close look at the lineup to determine that Marcus Hiley is the man on the outside, man 3. Harry Ledingham Horn, man 2, and man 1 is Ed Lowe. Time to beat 45.558 inside the closing 15 seconds. There we go. Ed Lowe lifting the front wheel of the bike as he departed from the line. That was quite a hearty slap of the thighs as well. I heard that here in the commentary box, even with my headphones on. So he's certainly determined to get those leg muscles nicely warmed up. He's riding the opening lap, of course, to get the team off to a great start. And a blistering start, Charlene, lifting that front wheel. Really, the pace he put through it, 17.735. That's evidence of that pace in that opening lap. I think that's the first sub-18-second lap we've had. So a great start for Ed Lowe as the pace is taken over by Harry Ledingham Horn as man 2. 30.847 for Team Inspired. And final lap, Marcus Hiley, halfway around the track. Can Team Inspired disrupt the top of the leaderboard? Across the line they go. Oh, yes, they can. First sub-45-second ride, 44.889 for Team Inspired. They go to the top of the table with one team still to go.
Well, that was a blistering start there. You could see everyone's got their own rituals that they do at the start on the start line to get into that zone and slapping the thighs, getting the blood there. Just a little ritual can make all the difference.
Yeah, I'm going to try that next time I ride my bike. Slap of the thighs. Who knows what could happen?
You never know.
No, you never know.
That hill.
You never know. Yeah, don't bet on it. OK, one more team to go. Glasgow Track Racing Team A. We already saw Team B go as the first team in this qualification round. They posted a time of 47.869. And, well, that new fastest time we just saw from Team Inspired, 44.889. And currently lying second on Northwest Region in 45.558. And currently lying in third place are enhanced in 46.588. So that is the current status at the top of the leaderboard. Teams looking for a place in the semi-finals later on today. And the riders representing Glasgow Track Team A will be Matthias Arthur, Lyle Craig and Jeremy Franks. Well, correction offered by my Glaswegian co-commentator here, Charlene Jones. Apparently, Charlene, you pronounce it as Lewis.
Exactly.
Far too many letters in it then. I'll have a word with him later about correcting the spelling. Yes, Lewis Arthur. Isn't the English language wonderful? Or indeed the Scottish language in this case. Right, some interesting notes on Charlene's list of riders here. I won't repeat it, but yes. He's a 25-year-old chemistry teacher. Oh, there we go. Well, let's see what kind of formula he can brew up here on the track. The test tube that is the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. Stop me now before I carry on with any more dreadful puns. OK, let's tell you who's on the track when they come to the line and see who's in the starting gate. That will be Lyle Craig. I think we've got Jeremy Franks on the outside, so that means the man in the middle is Lewis Arthur. So Glasgow Track Team A. Lewis Arthur was part of the team who took the bronze medal in the team sprint here at the national titles in 2022. Inside the final 30 seconds. So Lyle Craig, the man with the responsibility of getting this team effectively away from the start line. So the final team in this qualification round of the men's team sprint, Glasgow Track Team A. So we'll keep an eye on the opening lap time. So a sub 18-second lap for Inspired a lap ago. 18.201 for the first lap for Team Glasgow Track Team A, as Lyle Craig cedes his position to Lewis Arthur, who's man number 2. Through the bell they go, and Jeremy Franks takes over the running for the final lap. Time to beat 44.889. Can they improve on that bronze medal position of 12 months ago? Well, a little bit of a slow lap, I have to say, for Jeremy Franks. 46.297 has pushed them a little bit further down the classification than they would have hoped for Glasgow Track Team A. 46.297 is their time.
Yes,
so there's the classification on the scoreboard for you. Team Inspired in 44.889. The only team to beat 45 seconds in that qualification round. Northwest Region second, 45.558. Glasgow Track Team in 46.297. That was Track Team A, who we've just seen. And in fourth place, Team Wales in 46.588. So as your top 4 teams, Team Enhance slotted into 5th place. You'll see those teams go into the semi-finals later. Continuing our live coverage here on the British Cycling YouTube channel of the 2023 British Cycling National Track Championships here at the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales in Newport in South Wales. Welcome to you wherever in the world you're watching our live stream. And we also hope the crowd here inside the velodrome are having a great day as well, enjoying some absolutely top-class racing, as you would expect from the National Championships. So next up, we have got the finals in the para sprint men's. We saw the qualification ride a little bit earlier. Just 2 teams took the start, of course, so this will determine who gets into this final draw. It'll be Thomas Wing and Mason Bradley, 2 riders here into this final draw. So the winning team in this one will be the team who will take the medal. So this is a best of 3, though, so it's not necessarily the first match that will decide it. They'll go through what we call match sprinting. So if you win the first and the second match, then you are the gold medal winner without necessity for a third ride. But if Team 1 win the first match, Team 2 win the second, then it will go to a decider. Match sprinting on the tandems next on the track. So the riders just drawing for their starting position. So if you were with us earlier on our live stream, and of course those people here inside the velodrome may well have seen the qualification rides earlier in the day, with just 1 tandem on the track. This is the bit we've been looking forward to. 2 tandems on the track going head-to-head in a best of 3 to decide who'll be the gold medal winners in the Paracycling men's B classification. That's for blind and partially sighted athletes. So a bit of tweeting going on down there, those of you watching our live stream. No doubt hashtag track champs included in that, so we'll, if you want to get involved in the conversation on social media, across all of our social media channels, hashtag track champs is what you need to use. So the tandems being lined up at the side of the track. We've got Thomas Wing and Joshua Dunham, and Mason Bradley, piloted by Loz Staples. So we'll see who's drawn the inside position here. As it's tandem sprinting, they will start on the pursuit line rather than the normal start-finish line for individual sprinting, to give them a fighting chance of actually getting the tandem under control before the first bend. No, they're not. They're going to start at the real start line. I thought that was the case. They weren't sure whether they were riding a pursuit or a sprint. So yes, they have got to get the tandem pretty quickly under control, because the first turn comes up rather quickly here on the boards of the Newport Velodrome. So drawing the inside position and obliged even to lead for the opening lap, opening half lap, is Mason Bradley, piloted by Loz Staples, and at the top of the track is Thomas Wing, piloted by Joshua Dunham. Away we go. 3 laps of tandem sprinting. Charlene, an intriguing prospect lies ahead.
You can see here they've got not very much of a gap between the two bikes, and again we saw it in the sprints. This really helps with the element of surprise, because the rider at the front, the pilot, is going to have to look around to see where that bike is behind them.
Of course, manoeuvres are a little more slow motion with the tandem. It doesn't quite change direction as quickly as a solo bike. So the tactics may be slightly different, but generally all the principles remain from individual sprinting. So the sprinter's line, once occupied by the leading tandem, the sprinters started, and the opponents have to go around the outside. Still Wing and Dunham sitting in second spot here, keeping a careful watch on Mason Bradley and Loz Staples. Both tandems occupying the highermost position on the track. Bradley and Staples still on the front. Sorry, Charlene, you were going to say.
Well, they'll be as high as they can to, as we've just seen there, drop down to use the banking to the full potential, to really get that swoop down and use the downhill momentum.
Well, yeah, that tactic employed very successfully here by Wing and Dunham. They've come to the front here and are going to take victory in match A for the tandem sprint. So Dunham and Wing first across the line to win match A. For our live stream viewers, you'll have a chance to re-watch that final half lap, the replay, and you can see not able to match the pace for Mason Bradley and Loz Staples, so they'll have to rethink their tactics when it comes to match B. A second victory for Wing and Dunham would give them the gold medal. So from tandem sprinting, we will return to the women's individual sprint competition, and we are at the quarter-final stage. So the riders preparing to come out onto track for the first heat of the women's sprint quarter-finals. Again, we're at match sprinting here at quarter-final stage. Heat number 1 will be Emma Finnecane against Ellie Stone. Emma Finnecane riding for Team Inspired. She's in the green colours. Race number 53 on her back. She occupies the lower position. Her opponent, Ellie Stone, number 171 for Blackline, is on the outside. I think this might be quite a brisk closing sprint here, Charlene. Two very rapid riders we've seen through the qualification phases earlier in the day, but now they take on each other in match sprinting.
As we progress through the rounds, we're going to see closer and closer races, Carl. It's all going to be about those tactics. Can they nail their tactic?
Well, Emma Finnecane rider who is very familiar with the boards of the Newport Velodrome here. And as I mentioned earlier, during the qualification round, Finucane with a very impressive list of achievements in recent years. Bronze medal in the sprint here last year, along with a bronze medal in the time trial. Silver in the Keirin, gold in the team sprint. And she took a great bronze medal in the sprint at the Commonwealth Games, which took place at the Lee Valley Velodrome in London, of course, part of the Birmingham Commonwealth Games last year. Her opponent, Ellie Stone, knows she has got a task on her hands here. Finucane occupying the lead position at the moment, so Stone with the element of surprise on her side. Stone as the time trial and Keirin champion here last year, and a bronze medal in the team sprint. So both riders tasted success 12 months ago. Only one will make further progress in the sprint. Finucane leading this one out, and here comes Stone around the outside. Finucane out of the saddle, injects a little bit more pace. Emma Finucane on the inside, Ellie Stone trying to come around the outside. It's team inspired for Emma Finucane, who will take that one. Finucane first across the line, a comfortable margin ahead of Ellie Stone, and she takes victory in match A.
It's always a challenge to know when to launch your sprint, when to come, especially if you are at the back. You're one of the riders at the back. You have to time it to perfection to actually get round the rider at the front, especially if the rider at the front is a faster time than you in the qualifying. So it's all about tactics and knowing how to use the track to your benefit.
I'm sure Ellie Stone would have been mindful of the fact that Emma Finucane had posted the fastest qualifier this morning in 10.874. Ellie Stone little slower in 11.377, so she knew she couldn't give too much ground to Finucane, but wasn't quite able to close that gap. So Ellie Stone will be going away to rethink her tactics for match B, which she has to win if she's to force it to a decider. Okay, riders coming to track now for the second quarter final heat here in the women's sprint. Both riders from Team Inspired. Starting on the inside, wearing number 173, is Millicent Tanner. And her opponent on the outside, the silver medalist from 12 months ago, is Sophie Capewell.
Okay, so what is the difference? Oh, different bikes here. We've got Sophie Capewell in the second position. She is on the GB Lotus bikes. So that is our difference here, it looks like. So
we look at the seat stays on that one, which are somewhat different in design to a conventional bicycle. If you look at that, it's like an arched tube affair. Very highly developed aerodynamic bike, tested in the wind tunnel as well. But at least part of the equation, and a very significant part of the equation, is how quickly the rider can propel said machine around the track. Sophie Capewell, great success in sprint events for Capewell in recent years. Not least, of course, that silver medal here 12 months ago. But at the moment, she's occupying second position, favoured place for her, so she can try and deploy whatever tactic she favours to get the better of Millicent Tanner. Tanner starting to move up the track, trying to narrow the angles for Capewell, but Capewell goes over the track. Sophie Capewell begins the acceleration, trips down now inside that sprinter's line. Capewell leading this one with a lap to go. Tanner gets out of the saddle, desperately trying to get back on terms with Capewell, but the rider from Lichfield has gone. Sophie Capewell going down the back straight now with less than a lap to go, and it's Sophie Capewell, last year's silver medalist, who's going to get match A against Millicent Tanner and put the pressure on her opponent for the next match.
Millie Tanner got caught napping a little bit there, and Sophie was right at the top of the track, using the track to her advantage, and Millicent was just not high enough to gain momentum, so couldn't get on top of that gear to then get close enough to come round Sophie.
So that's victory for two team-inspired riders so far in match A. And I'm pretty sure that I can say with 100% accuracy that the winners of both heats 3 and 4 will also be from Team Inspired, because all the riders in teams in heats 3 and 4 are from Team Inspired. Heat 3 will be Katie Marchant taking on Blaine Ridge Davis. Katie Marchant, one of 3 riders in the qualification round this morning who beat that 11-second mark, 10.959. Blaine Ridge-Davis did an 11.213 in qualification, but as you have come to learn already here this morning, it's not just about pure speed, it's about tactical ability as well. So let's see who has got the upper hand in that department. Starting on the inside, in the lower part of the track, is Katie Marchant, number 113, and her opponent on the outside, Blaine Ridge-Davis, number 150. Starter Phil Pollard, ensuring both riders are ready to go. Blows the whistle to get them away from the line.
And Katie Marchant there in front has the sharper point of the helmet.
A sharper point of the helmet.
Yes.
Well spotted, Charlene. Our helmet point sharpness adjudicator has spoken. So that is the determining factor between these 2 riders. Just worth repeating, we mentioned it earlier in the day, but if you have just joined us, particularly on the live stream, when you have 2 riders from the same team on the track like this, there has to be a defining feature between the 2 other than just the numbers on their backs. I'm looking at the sharpness of the helmet here. Oh dear.
Both riders at the top of the track using all the momentum they can get.
Katie Marchant, experienced sprinter, and Blaine Ridge-Davis just hovering around the top of the track here. 1 lap to go. So at the bell, as the acceleration begins in earnest, it's Katie Marchant on the front. Ridge-Davis is leaving a big gap. She had the slower qualification time, so Marchant has the faster speed, but can Blaine Ridge-Davis come back at her? She's leaving it late. Off the final corner they come, and on the inside, taking that one, is Katie Marchant, getting the better of her teammate Blaine Ridge-Davis. She goes 1 match to the good.
You know, and actually a really good race by both riders here. You can see Katie Marchant executing her plan to perfection, but also Blaine Ridge-Davis, I think she did what she could there. She left the gap as long as possible, and then really rushed at a good time, and you know, maybe just couldn't get round more because of speed rather than her tactics.
So how will that inform her decision to how to ride the next match, which of course she has to win if she's going to force a decider?
I'm not sure. She'll have to talk to her coach about that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Charlene giving nothing away.
No free tips.
No free tips. Okay. So the final heat will be heat number 4. Again, an all-team-inspired affair, this one. With Lauren Bell versus Lowry Thomas. Lowry, I imagine, will be the favourite here amongst the Welsh crowds, being a native of this very fine part of the United Kingdom. Lauren Bell, silver medal in the time trial here last year, and just losing out on the medal in the Keirin, finishing 4th. Bronze medal in the Worlds for the team sprint in Paris last October. So it is Thomas who starts on the inside, and Bell who starts on the outside. I shall now hand over to ace reporter Charlene Jones for the difference, other than the number, in these 2 riders.
Okay, we've actually got 2 differences.
Oh.
So the wheel of woman 1,
Lowry Thomas.
Laurie Thomas,
Yep.
is white bits on the back.
Yep. Graphic
Wheel.
on the disc wheel. Yep, we see
Graphic
that.
on the disc wheel. And she's also got a pointy helmet.
Okay, good. I'm going to go with the disc wheel. It's much easier to determine than the pointiness of the helmet, but either way round, Lowry Thomas is the rider who led away from the line and still retains the lead at the end of the opening lap. She's trying to move the whole game up towards the top of the track, trying to limit the angle of attack for Lauren Bell. Bell content to still sit in 2nd place. It's always good to get the first match in a best of 3 under your belt. It really does put the pressure on your opponent. So Lowry Thomas craning her neck, keeping a very careful eye on Lauren Bell. Bell trying to take advantage of the height of the track. Significant gap to close. Neither rider fully committed yet. Now the bell rings, and now the attack comes from Lauren Bell. She's going over the top of Lowry Thomas, takes the lead. She's settled inside that race sprinters line. Thomas fighting hard, but she's got to try and come back at Bell in the final run to the line here. I think she's left too big a gap, and as we come towards completion of this ride, it'll be Lauren Bell who will take first blood in match A in heat number 4, and puts the pressure on Lowry Thomas for the next encounter.
Very different tactics here. Riders staying close to the bottom of the track and using their jump, so their pure power to get round. Lauren Bell just used her power to get round Laurie Thomas there. Obviously has a very strong, explosive sprint. So interesting to see what happens in the next round between these two riders.
Indeed. Well, that competition will continue a little bit later in this first session of racing here at the 2023 British Cycling National Track Championships, live from the Newport Velodrome here in South Wales. And our competition programme will continue now with the women's pursuit round 1, heats 1 through to 4. So again, a little split in this pursuit. We have the first 4 heats and then the remaining heats a little bit later. There are 9 heats in total. First of which will be a solo effort from a rider starting on her own in the home straight. Just waiting for the gates to be brought out onto the track. Just one gate, of course, for this one. Lone rider in the home straight. It is Emily Meakin, otherwise known as Racing Doris. A fine proponent of time trialling on the road is Emily, holder of numerous national titles in the time trial discipline. Also a very accomplished individual and indeed team pursuiter as well. She rides for AWOL O'Shea. And it's Emily against the clock here, no opponents on the other side of the track. Fastest 8 riders from this qualification round will progress through to the finals.
And Emily's coach being John Archibald, also a great pursuiter, brother of Katie Archibald. And you can see they're just getting the bike into the start gate there. Emily's also riding John's bike.
Oh, really?
Some inside knowledge there. Coached by John, and also John is her partner. Great teamwork.
There you go then, all fits seamlessly together. So Emily Meakin, first rider to go in this women's 3 kilometre, 12 laps of the track, individual pursuit qualification round. So the clock now ticking down from 50 seconds. Josie Knight holds the national record in this discipline, time of 3 minutes 20.792. So away we go for Emily Meakin of AWOL O'Shea. Defending champion will be coming up a little bit later. She was the winner of the gold medal last year, Nia Evans of Team Hub.
We've seen Emily Meakin a lot on the road and, as you said, in time trials. However, on the track, she is fairly new. She's got really, really good coach there from John Archibald, her partner, and also Katie and the family. So we've seen her go 3:36 before, so that's her personal best. She'll be looking to improve on that today.
I'm sure she'll also be getting strong support from her sister Izzy, who's part of the British Cycling Events team here, bringing us these national championships.
It'll be interesting to see how Emily does on the track today, and I'm sure she's been inspired by her boyfriend's sister, Katie Archibald, who is also a great pursuiter, but she's looking good on the track. She's trying to hug that black line. And as she comes up to the home straight now, she can see John is relaying the information to her. Emily Meakin still looking good and on top of her pacing with 5 laps to go. And lots of encouragement from the coach. It's a different event, the IP, the individual pursuit, to a time trial on the road. A lot faster. You've got to get your effort out within that time rather than over 20 to 50 minutes, you know.
This is true, and of course you won't get penalised for doing a U-turn within sight of the timekeeper on a track. In fact, doing a U-turn on a track is not a good idea anyway, so yes. But Emily Meakin certainly does specialise in the speed events. Seen her ride road races as well, but at her real forte is the events against the clock, both road and track. Also seen her ride hill climb championships as well. She's a very versatile rider, is Emily Meakin. So let's see how she is progressing at the moment. She's got no one to judge herself against. She's the lone rider on the track here. Just, 3 minutes, 0.652. And she has just got a lap to go when she comes to the home straight this time. So she'll get the bell. And of course, her time will be the benchmark for this competition for the other riders to aim for. Remember, the fastest 8 will go through to the finals draw.
And now it's the final lap. She's going to try and leave everything she can on the track, emptying the legs as much as she can with that sprint finish.
So half a lap to go. And the clock for Emily Meakin will be stopped, and the time will be 3:36.540 for Emily Meakin of Awol O'Shea.
And that is slightly faster than her PB, so should be happy with that.
Yeah, well, all that training, all that coaching from John Archibald and use of his bike as well, all played into the mix there. So a good start to this pursuit qualification round for Emily Meakin. We'll move on now to 2 up rides for the other 8 heats, first of which will feature in the home straight Sophie Lewis, who is competing for the newly formed DH Handsling bike team, formerly known as Cams Basso. And her opponent in the back straight will be Holly Ramsey, riding for Brother UK Orientation Marketing. Well, Sophie Lewis in competition last year in the pursuit qualification, clocked a time of 3:45.985. She'll be looking to improve on that if she can. And Holly Ramsey, she went slower than Lewis 12 months ago in 3:48.034. So let's see what the benefit of 12 months of training and practice in the individual pursuit will bring to these 2 riders. Their immediate target, of course, is that time of Emily Meakin, 3:36.540.
We were talking about the kit earlier on and how Hoob was my favourite of the men's cycling teams. I like this DHS Handsling bike kit. I'm liking the colourfulness.
Well, I have to say that the Cams Basso team, as they were, had one of the most distinctive jerseys in the peloton, particularly if you're calling a sprint at the end of a women's road race and they're involved in it. But this, yeah, it takes some getting used to this new colours. But DHS Handsling are now the team here for Sophie Lewis. 15 seconds to go to the start. So here we go for 12 laps of the track, 3,000 metres. As I mentioned earlier, the current national record in this discipline was established by Josie Knight at the World Track Championships last year, October, at the Velodrome at Saint-Quentin-Yvelines, just outside Paris. 3 minutes 20.792 was the new national record. Incidentally, Nia Evans' winning time from 12 months ago to take the gold medal. She recorded a time of 3:28.470 to beat Anna Morris in the gold medal final last year. But both Lewis and Ramsey here failed to qualify into the finals last year, but will be looking definitely to improve on their performance from 12 months ago. Let's see who's made the better start of the two.
Both coaches are walking the line here, so if you can have a look at the pursuit line, you can see the coaches standing on the line. Are they walking away from the rider, or are they walking towards the rider? That will all depend on whether their rider is on schedule or not.
Chris Newton here in the home straight, former world points race champion, just part of his illustrious riding career. Now one of the coaches of the Great Britain cycling team.
And at this point in the competition, we'll be aiming for the quickest time possible. They're still trying to aim for as quick a time as possible rather than, well, they obviously want to beat each other, but they need to get as fast a time as possible. So still looking at their coaches for aiming for that time and pacing the ride to perfection.
Of course, riders seeded according to prior performance, with the faster riders coming towards the end of this classification. But should it occur that a rider is caught during the course of this qualification round, then they will continue, at their own option of course, to record a time, because it is the fastest 8 riders who will go through to the next round of competition. So it's still advantage for Sophie Lewis at the moment as we go into the closing kilometre. So it's going to be time for Holly Ramsey to think about lifting the pace if she can. Remember, Lewis was faster than Ramsey in the competition 12 months ago, and at the moment, so the gap is not quite so large. That's reflected in the times being recorded here this morning. I say this morning, in fact, it's now into afternoon here in the United Kingdom, if you're watching from the other side of the world on our live stream. Hope you're enjoying our coverage, whatever time of day it is, wherever in the world you are.
Well, there's only 2 laps to go now, so they'll be trying to empty the tank, trying to get everything they can out onto the pedals.
Still the advantage held by Sophie Lewis, the rider in the new colours of DHS Handling bike in the home straight. But Holly Ramsey is pushing her close. The bell this time for both riders. And a very small difference indeed here. Be interesting to compare the pace also with Emily Meakin, the riders who record the time in the opening heat. They're both going to be slower than Emily Meakin. A tribute to how quick that ride was for Meakin. As we come towards the line, first to get there will be Holly Ramsey, in fact, in a time of 3:44.890. Sophie Lewis 3:45.703. So thinking back to the start of this, where we speculated on how their form would be 12 months later when Lewis is faster than Ramsey, well, the answer is that this time Holly Ramsey has ridden a faster qualification ride, but neither faster than Emily Meakin. Time for Holly Ramsey 3:44.890. Time for Sophie Lewis 3:45.703. And the top of the leaderboard still Emily Meakin in 3:36.540. So the competition will continue into heat number 3. And the riders who will feature in this one, starting in the home straight, representing Team Inspired, will be Grace Lister. And her opponent in the back straight, riding for Jaden Vive Lavello, will be Miriam Jessett. Grace Lister with an impressive list of performances to her credit as well. Junior points and scratch race champion at the junior titles last year, part of the Team Pursuit winning squad at the senior nationals 12 months ago, and a bronze medal in the Omnium at the European Junior Championships last year, adding to a bronze medal in the World Junior Championship, which took place in Tel Aviv last year. So all that, plus she was the Junior Madison champion of the world in 2022. So Grace Lister, rider who starts in the home straight. Her opponent Miriam Jessett from Jaden Vive Lavello in the back straight. So away we go for heat number 3 of the 9 heats that make up this women's 3-kilometre individual pursuit qualification round.
The start of the race almost looks slow motion compared to just watching the team sprint, doesn't it, Carl?
Yeah, it's a bit more of a measured departure from the line, isn't it? These riders now, they've got 12 laps to compete, and they can't possibly do them all at maximum pace. So it's all about how you ride your schedule and how you make sure you have got sufficient reserves of energy for the completion of the ride.
And speaking of schedule, Miriam Jessett there for Jaden Vive Lavello Gladson. Her PB is actually 3:43, so if she does better than that, she will be 3rd overall so far, unless Grace Lister can post a better time than that.
Yep, these two rode last year. Grace Lister clocking a faster time in qualification, 3:41.205 against Miriam Jessett's 3:45.090. Unfortunately, I'm disappointed to note that Miriam Jessett has now left my favourite ever name of a racing team. Last year she rode for the Stolen Goat racing team. This year she joined Jaden Vive Lavello. It's not quite got the same ring to it.
It's not, but look at the colours of this Jaden team. I don't know if you can tell, I'm loving the colours. But both riders here really still looking smooth, and we're at about 7 laps to go. So almost halfway. And it's actually Miriam Jessett who is slightly ahead, but not by much. Grace Lister is hot on her tail. And just saying that is Grace Lister now ahead in the race.
So they're approaching the closing kilometre. Emily Meakin was come through the fastest, 2:25.397 at that point.
Grace Lister really starting to pick up the pace now. You can see that she is a little bit more over the bike and pushing down on those pedals. You can see the effort is really, really coming into play. She's got 3 laps to go now. You can see her coach just relaying information on that pursuit line.
Well, Grace Lister looking to emulate those performances at junior level here at the Senior National Championships. The fastest 8 riders will qualify through into the finals draw. It's 500 metres remain for Grace Lister and Miriam Jessett. It's advantage for Lister from Team Inspired, the rider who started in the home straight. Jessett got quite a bit of work to do to try and close this deficit. At the bell with 1 lap to go for Grace Lister. Keeping an eye very firmly, of course, on the time here. And 3:36.540, the time for Emily Meakin. She can be outside that, but not by a vast amount. To the finishing straight she comes, and Grace Lister crosses the line in 3:40.648. Second fastest time of this qualification round so far. And time for Miriam Jessett, 3:45.582. So Grace Lister goes to the top of the leaderboard at the conclusion of heat 3. Next on track will be heat number 4. And some more really strong riders. That's a really great lineup of riders here for this women's individual pursuit competition here at the National Championships this year. Rider who's a former under-23 road race champion of Great Britain will be starting in the back straight this time, representing Team Inspire, Jess Roberts. And her opponent in the home straight will be Izzy Sharp. And Izzy is another rider who has really come to great form in recent years. She was part of the Team Pursuit winning squad last year, and is another rider who's been a junior individual pursuit champion and took a silver medal at the European and World Junior individual pursuit titles last year. So it is Izzy Sharp who'll come to the line in the home straight in the colours of the Brother UK orientation marketing team. Jess Roberts, in addition to that British road race title from 2018, bronze medal in the World Scratch Race Championships in Paris last year, and a silver medal in the same discipline at the Europeans. So heat 4 is underway in the women's 3-kilometre individual pursuit. This is the last heat of this section of the qualification round. We'll take a little break for some more sprinting and then return with heats 5 through to 9. But, Sharp and Roberts, this is going to be an interesting battle, I think, Charlene. Both riders with immense talent, and Izzy Sharp, really a very, very good prospect indeed.
Both riders will be aiming to get as fast a time as they can, and you can see the coaches on the pursuit line walking the lines of the riders. Jess Roberts, sister of Amy Roberts, another really, really great rider.
Yeah, more Welsh connections on the track here for Jess Roberts, of course. And looking at the comparative starts these riders have made as we complete the opening kilometre, it's advantage for Izzy Sharp at the moment.
Jess Roberts really looking composed on that bike though, and hugging that black line, sometimes even below the black line, trying to get the quickest line round that track. Solid upper body, all the power going down through the pedals.
I think it's fair to say that Jess Roberts' favourite discipline is, of course, the scratch race, where she has been a world and European medalist last year. And, of course, the former British national road race champion, as I mentioned, at winning both the senior and under-23 titles in the same year, in 2018, the same race, in fact. And our opponent here, Izzy Sharp, still with an advantage, but not a massive one over Jess Roberts. Roberts has got this one under control at the moment, but the first of them to start to lift the pace may put the other under pressure. Remember, they're still the fastest time we have seen thus far, as posted by Emily Meakin in 3:36.540.
Yes,
no one else, no one else has managed to beat the 3 minutes 40 so far.
the difference is coming down now between the two riders. And if you look at the pursuit line, you can see this happening.
So our live stream pictures focusing on Izzy Sharp here. Now our split screen showing you both riders' comparative positions and just how close it is. So Sharp made the faster start, but I suggested that Roberts was riding well within herself at that stage, and she's now starting to close the gap on Sharp. Almost nothing between them, I suspect, when they get to the line this time. Yeah, there you go. Once again, our live stream viewers benefiting from the split screen picture that showed you the front wheels of both riders hitting that line pretty much at the same time. So it's all down to the closing 500 metres, and I think fortune is swinging in favour of Jess Roberts now. Rider from Team Inspired in the back straight. Yes, that gap has now started to open. Roberts focused 101% as she reels the other rider in. Again, using that very specially aerodynamically designed bike for Jess Roberts. Izzy Sharp goes through the belt, but Roberts was there ahead of her. Can Jess Roberts challenge the time of Emily Meakin? Well, it's looking good, 3:28.310 at the halfway split in the last lap for Jess Roberts. She lines up for the finish. It's going to be close. Across the line she goes. Oh, just second fastest for Jess Roberts in 3:37.207. And Izzy Sharp, well, she delivers into third place in 3:38.219. So as we suggest at the top of that one, that was going to be a great, well-contested pursuit match between those two, and Jess Roberts comes out on top, but only just ahead of Izzy Sharp. So we'll return to this competition a little bit later with heat 5 through to 9, but just to round up the top 4 for you at the moment, Emily Meakin, 3:36.540, still fastest. Jess Roberts second in 3:37.207. Izzy Sharp third in 3:38.219. And Grace Lister, fourth fastest time in 3:40.648. So we're going to take a break from pursuiting to bring you more action in our 2 sprint competitions that are in progress at the moment during the course of these national championships. And first on track will be the men paracyclists on board the tandems. We're at the Match B stage of this gold medal final. The riders taking part here will be Thomas Wing, piloted by Joshua Dunham. They were the winners of Match 1. Their opponents, Mason Bradley, piloted by Loz Staples. Bradley and Staples need to win this one if they're to force a decider. If Wing and Dunham take a second victory, they will be the gold medal winners. Well, plenty of coaching advice being offered here to the Bradley and Staples tandem.
If you missed us saying earlier on as well, this is Thomas Wing's first ever competition, so he'll be learning a lot.
He certainly will.
Soaking it all in. And he is piloted by Joshua Dunham, who is very experienced on the tandem, so he is in very good hands.
And brought to the track by Dave Heald, himself no mean tandem rider. And also a bit of a weightlifter as he lifts the rear of the tandem to allow them to adjust the pedal position. They've drawn the inside line, Wing and Dunham, and on the outside it'll be Mason Bradley and Loz Staples. Match B of the paracycling sprint final for the gold medal. Well, Bradley and Staples were outpaced by Wing and Dunham in the first encounter. So we need to be very mindful of not leaving too big a gap here. Both tandems dropping back down to the bottom of the track to negotiate the banking. Josh Dunham keeping a very careful watch behind him to see if Mason Bradley and Loz Staples are planning a surprise move.
It takes a while to build up the speed on the tandems, so I would be using as much height as possible to use the bankings.
Well, they've dropped down underneath, so a Wing and Dunham under pressure here from Bradley and Staples. They chose their moment well, did the team in second place there. They know they have to win this one, but here come Dunham and Wing trying to get back on terms with Bradley and Staples. Coming towards the line, it is still advantage for Mason Bradley and Loz Staples, and they will square that one match each. That will go to a decider.
Well, what a move that was from Bradley and Staples, just swooping down underneath there at the perfect time.
Well, that showed clearly the advantage of being in second spot, while Dunham and Wing were at the top of the track. Bradley and Staples said, right, this is our moment, the only chance we might have, and they took it, and they have delivered victory in match B and forced the decider.
Well, it's going to be exciting in the next round, isn't it?
Oh, yes. So from paracycling tandem sprinting, we will go back to the women's sprint quarter-finals. We're at the match B stage in this one as well. So we return to the match B stage of the women's sprint quarter-finals. Coming to the track here, Emma Finucane and Ellie Stone. It was Finucane who outpaced Stone in their first encounter. They swap the order around in which they start in match B. So Emma Finucane, who took the inside position in their first match, will now start on the outside. And her opponent, Ellie Stone, will be on the inside. Should it go to a decider, they'll redraw to decide the positions for that final match. So Emma Finucane with the greater turn of pace. Ellie Stone battled really hard to try and close the gap, but I think she left too big a gap to close on Finucane. Will she have learned the lesson from that one and attack this one in a slightly different way?
Well, she's starting in the front, so she's going to have to use slightly different tactics, but we do know that Ellie Stone has a good change of speed. A lot of power on the bike.
Emma Finucane, of course, blitzed around this track in the qualification round, posting the fastest time of the day. So Stone will be very aware of that. Finucane keeping a couple of bike lengths behind. Both riders increasing their pace gradually. No all-out effort yet. Now Stone gets out of the saddle, starts to pick up the pace. She settles back over the bars, and here comes Emma Finucane. Down the back straight she goes. Finucane closing in on that back wheel of Ellie Stone. Now comes the pass into the scoreboard. Finucane comes around the outside. Is she going to go for two straight rides? Yes, she will. Emma Finucane progresses into the next round of the sprint, overcoming Ellie Stone by 2 matches to 0. Well, again, Charlene, a very well-judged run to the line there for Emma Finucane. She left a big gap, but she knew she could close down Ellie Stone and conserve a little bit of energy, perhaps, for the forthcoming rounds of the sprint as well. So a well-executed win for Emma Finucane. So we move on to match B in Heat 2. Sophie Capewell and Millicent Tanner, the 2 riders involved here. Sophie Capewell, who is the winner of the first match, will start on the inside position here, close to the bottom of the track, and on the outside is Millicent Tanner.
And the difference was the bikes for this one.
Good, well spotted, Charlene. Difference is, of course, of the bike. And if you're wondering, Sophie Capel's bike has the very distinctive seat stays at the rear of the machine that support the back wheel.
Millicent Tanner has advantage there at the back. She is dictating what is happening in the race, but Sophie Capewell is keeping an eye on her.
Yep, teammates, of course, train together, but this is all about competition. Sophie Capel will be determined to capitalise on that first match victory by not having the bother of a third and deciding encounter. Millicent Tanner, I'm sure, well, obviously would like the outcome to be different, but she's got to try and get the better of Capewell this time. She still has the lead position. There's Emma Capewell. So Tanner can choose her moment. Question is, which moment should she choose? Because Sophie Capewell, we know, has got a great turn of speed. She's defending that position, narrowing the angles for Tanner to try and swoop down behind her. Now Capewell begins the acceleration. Sophie Capewell, silver medalist 12 months ago. Millicent Tanner closes the gap. Capewell responds by lifting herself once again out of the saddle, injecting a little bit more pace. Sophie Capewell leading off the final corner. Sophie Capewell, for Team Inspired, in 2 straight rides will take her place in the next round of competition, defeating her teammate Millicent Tanner.
Really great tactics there by Sophie Capewell, and it takes a lot of guts to not panic and go early, and we saw there that Sophie Capewell just kept her nerve and didn't go too early.
Yeah, exuding confidence there, Sophie Capewell. And she, along with Emma Finnecane, already through into the next round of the sprint. 2 more heats to go. Heat number 3, again, will be an all-team inspired affair, with Katie Marchant taking on Blaine Ridge Davis. Katie Marchant was the winner of the first match. And Blaine Ridge Davis, well, she's the rider under pressure this time. She has to win this one if it's to go to a best of 3 and a deciding match. Both riders being delivered onto the start line. Number 150 is Blaine Ridge Davis. She will start on the lower position on the track and thus obliged to lead for the opening half lap, unless, of course, Katie Marchant elects to go past her. Katie Marchant with the rather more pointed helmet of the two, which I think is our distinguishing feature between these two, and indeed the different bike as well. So Katie Marchant takes up the rearmost position here. Well, in fact, now I can see more clearly across the track, both riders on that very aerodynamic bike, so it is definitely the pointiness of the helmet, as I think we decided last time out, Charlene, that will distinguish these two. But Katie Marchant is the rider at the top of the track currently, in second place, and holds that 1 match advantage over her opponent. Well, Marchant just trying to sell her opponent a little dummy there by looking to flick underneath and not doing so. But it's fair to say that Blaine Ridge Davis was unimpressed with that, continuing to defend that lead position. Marchant employing a slightly different tactic now as she begins to wind up the pace with a lap to go. Blaine Ridge Davis gets out of the saddle, begins to accelerate, and here comes Katie Marchant. It's almost a rerun of last time around when Marchant caught up with Blaine Ridge Davis. She's still got work to do here, though, Katie Marchant. Blaine Ridge Davis has got a good line here, the shorter run to the line, and will take that one. So Katie Marchant not having it very straightforward in her battle with Blaine Ridge Davis, and that one will go to a decider.
Blaine Ridge Davis just holding her line there and, you know, led it out from the start and stayed in that position.
Yep, very well judged ride indeed from Blaine Ridge Davis. Let's see what she can do when it comes to the third match to decide who makes further progress in the sprint competition. 1 more heat to go. Meanwhile, again, it's an all-team inspired lineup on the track with Lauren Bell taking on Lowry Thomas. Lauren Bell, the winner of the first match. And the order this time just swapped around, so Lauren Bell is on the inside and Larry Thomas on the outside. Started just checking both riders are good to go. Lauren Bell just readjusting her position slightly, now they're good, and away we go. 3 laps of the track. Can Larry Thomas hit back against Lauren Bell and force this one to a decider?
So the difference between the riders this time is Laurie Thomas has the white on her disc wheel.
Yeah, that's our most distinctive difference, I think. That almost hypnotic effect of the white graphic on the rear wheel of the machine there, of Larry Thomas. 2 laps to go this time. Still looking very carefully over her shoulder here is Lauren Bell. She knows she's got that first match in the bag. She won't want to go to a decider if she can avoid it.
Both riders using the height of the track here. And Laurie Thomas just winding up the gear at the top of the track. Almost like a flying 200s effort.
Bell perfectly positioned to deny, though, the opportunity to dive underneath. Now she drops down, she's first to hit the sprinters line, so Bell leading this one out again. Larry Thomas is going to try and fight her way back against Lauren Bell. Bell with the 1-match advantage, will she convert it into progress as the next round? Coming towards the line, the answer to that one is yes. Lauren Bell in 2 straight rides gets the better of Larry Thomas, and Lauren Bell will join her team-inspired teammates in the next round of competition. Just one more chance in that competition. The decider, of course, between Katie Marchant and Blaine Ridge-Davis will come up a little bit later on.
Very close ride there, and a great effort by Laurie Thomas, but wasn't enough in the end, and Lauren Bell taking the win there. Great to see her back on the bike after a crash last week. You can see it on her leg. She's got some grazes, so good on her for getting back on the bike.
So we return to the women's pursuit competition now, heats 5 through to 9. So just waiting for our sprinters to vacate the track before we roll out the start gates, ready for the remaining heats in the women's 3-kilometre individual pursuit. Just to remind you of the action in this one. The first heat is still the fastest time, recorded by Emily Meakin in 3:36.540. Jess Roberts lies second in 3:37.207. And Izzy Sharp third in 3:38.219. The fastest 8 riders across these 9 heats will go forward into the next round of the competition, which will be the final draw, of course. So, featuring in this one, which will be heat number 5, starting in the home straight, representing Liv CC Halo Films, will be Ella Jameson. And her opponent in the back straight, representing Le Col Wahoo, is Lunid King. So we're inside the final 30-second countdown. And the heat is underway. Ella Jameson in the home straight, the bronze medalist from the junior individual pursuit titles in the junior national championships last year. Just missed out on a medal in the scratch race as well, finishing 4th. And Luna King, well, what a great ride she had in competition at the Commonwealth Games, taking the bronze medal in the points race of the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. She's also a European under-23 team pursuit silver medalist and Madison silver medalist as well. And just for good measure, she's a great rider on the road, finishing 12th in the under-23 time trial titles back in 2021, and a winner of the prestigious Otley Grand Prix and a round of the Tour Series in Gisborough in 2021. But today, it's all about times, of course. 3:36.540, still the fastest time, held by Emily Meakin, all the way from Heat 1. So let's see what these two can do. Both experienced riders on track, but Luna King also a very good rider on the road as well. Just looking back over the times from 12 months ago, and neither rider actually entered the pursuit last year.
In this round of the pursuit, it is all about posting as fast a time as possible. So we're not actually looking at beating the rider on the other side of the track to go through. You are in terms of time, but you really want to be keeping on your own schedule and focusing on what your coach is relaying to you.
So looking down on the track, it's an advantage for the rider in the home straight at the moment, Ella Jameson.
And also on the home straight there, we've got Emma Trott, the coach, also sister of Laura Kenny. She has really been doing amazing in her role with British Cycling and coaching these youngsters up to phenomenal times in the last few years.
Indeed so, both Emma and Laura, of course, road riders as well as track riders. And the good news in recent weeks that Laura and Jason expecting their second child. So there's lots of it about Charlene at the moment.
Definitely. We're into the final kilometre now though, so riders are going to be feeling it in the legs, and you can usually tell this by how much they're swaying on the bike. It's all about trying to keep that upper body as still as possible so that all the power can go through the pedals. However, when it comes to the last 2-3 laps, you're just doing everything you can to push down and really propel yourself forward.
Well, you know, Charlene, the rate at which Ella Jameson is propelling herself around the track at the moment, it's a very real prospect she might just catch Luna King within sight of the line. Be 1 lap to go, and the riders reach their starting stations this time. King very close to being overlapped by Jameson inside the final lap. So Jameson will have to deviate from a line slightly to come over the top of Luna King. And she completes the passing and is heading for the finish line. So she will undoubtedly be the winner of this match, but times, as we said, are all important. And the time for Luna King, for Ella Jameson is 3:42.466. And the time for Luna King, well, she stops the clock in 3:52.796. So still the lead of Emily Meakin, unchallenged. 3:36.540 remains the fastest time in competition so far today. 4 more heats to go. Those watching on the live stream will see confirmation of the times from that most recent heat, showing that Ella Jameson beat Luna King across the line. Heat 6 next up will feature in the home straight Beth McIver riding for the Albert Development Racing Team, and her opponent in the back straight for Team Inspired will be Madeline Leach.
Every ride that Beth McIver is going to be competing in is all about experience for her, as she's very new to the track, having come from e-racing and Zwift backgrounds. in COVID times. So great to see the movement from the online e-racing to actual bike racing in real life.
Yep, from virtual cycling to real-world cycling here on the boards of the Garrett Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. This is Heat 6 of the women's female 3K individual pursuit. "30 seconds to go." Maddie Leach in the green of Team Inspired, and Beth McIver in the blue of the Alba Development Racing Team. Countdown reaches 0, the gates release, and the riders depart for 12 laps of the track. Fastest 8 riders out of this qualification round will go into the finals draw.
And the reason that they stay out of the saddle to start is just to get on top of the gear that they've selected. And then, once they feel like they're on top, they can then get comfortable into their aerodynamic position, as they both are looking really, really good there.
Yeah, not a lot to choose between them at the start there. Just maybe a marginal advantage for the rider in the back straight, Madeline Leach, but early days yet. Well, Maddie Leach was a rider who took a bronze medal in the Commonwealth Games team pursuit. And also a junior world champion for the time trial. Sorry, champion, 5th place actually in the time trial championships on the road for Maddie Leach. And a top 20 in the World Junior Road Race titles in 2021. So another rider who specialises both in track and road disciplines. For her British performances, her best performance has been a silver medal at the Junior Championships in the time trial back in 2021, and finished in the top 10 in the British Junior Road Race titles in the same year. So that's Maddie Leach, the rider in the back straight for Team Inspired. Beth McIver, who Charlene's already told you about, rider who's come from the world of e-biking.
And we're halfway now, and it'll be interesting to see how Beth McIver does today, because she's already got a ride in her legs from yesterday. She got a 3:42 in the qualifying ride yesterday, so it's all about seeing how you can back up a ride as well in the pursuit. And this is her second ride of the weekend, so we'll see how she's recovered from her ride yesterday. Yep,
several riders competed in a closed session yesterday evening to qualify into these pursuit finals, and as Charlene correctly says, Beth McIver was one of those who achieved a place in the finals by virtue of that qualification ride.
Madeline Leach looking really strong, though still solid on the bike, not moving side to side, and she's within that kilometre to go now. As she comes round, she's only going to have 3 laps to go now, and still looking really comfortable. She'll be aiming to get all her effort out on the track in the next 3 laps to get as fast a time as she can to qualify.
Well, by comparison, Maddie Leach, who rode last year in the colours of Cams Basso, recorded 3:40.001 in the qualification round just under 12 months ago, last March here at the Newport Velodrome. Now in the colours of Team Inspired. But her opponent, Beth McIver, goes through her start line, but just about a quarter of a lap advantage at the moment for Maddie Leach. Can she keep that momentum going for the closing lap of the track? She'll get the belt when she goes through the starting station in the back straight. Also taking the bell in the home straight is McIver, but it's advantage for Leach. Time, though, is the important element, of course. Still fastest, Emily Meakin in 3:36.540. Here comes Maddie Leach. This is looking as though it could be a good sub 3 minutes 40. Yes, indeed, 3:38.938. 4th fastest time at this stage of the qualification round for Madeline Leach of Team Inspired. And the time for Beth McIver, 3:42.206 for the Alba Development Racing Team.
And McIver actually beating her time from yesterday, so that is really, really great to see for her.
So we shall move on with our competition programme in this women's 3 kilometre individual pursuit qualification round. We are at heat number 7, and the riders to be taking the start here will be Ella Barnwell, representing Team Inspired. She will start in the home straight. She was the scratch race champion here at the national titles 12 months ago, and is a silver medalist from the European Under-23 Championships in the individual pursuit discipline. Her opponent, who's a great sprinter on the road, Francesca Hall, riding for the Loughborough Lightning team. And she will start in the back straight. She was just outside the medals in the points race here at the National Championships last year, and took a great second place finish in the Tour Series round in Sunderland last year. Just beaten across the line in a great race around the streets of Sunderland. So Frankie Hall suffered an injury actually in the National Criterium Championships a little bit later in the year up in Dumfries and Galloway, but now back in good form. And last year when she rode, Frankie Hall recorded a time of 3:39.257 in the qualification round. Time ticking inexorably by on the clock here. Inside the final 30 seconds now before this 7th of 9 heats gets underway. So away we go. And Frankie Hall riding for the Loughborough Lightning team based out of Loughborough University, which is one of the world's great sporting universities. Have a great festival of cycling, which I had the pleasure to be commentator at last year. Some great crit racing around the university complex, and Frankie Hall, of course, very much involved in that as well. But today it's all about individual pursuiting, and Ella Barnwell, well, Frankie Hall knows she's got a strong opponent here. Barnwell finished in 5th place last year when she was riding for the team of Cams Basso. She did 3:32.430 in the way to that 5th place finish 12 months ago.
Ella Barnwell looking really, really snug close to that black line, and it is a lot harder than it looks to hug that black line, so credit to the riders here trying to stick as low as they can onto that track, onto that black line. And we have 2 different coaching styles here. We have in the home straight walking the line, and then in the back straight a little bit further on in turn 3 we've got the coach just relaying information onto the rider. And it all depends on what the riders are used to or what they can get at nationals, who's there to help them.
So a kilometre and a half to go still in this one. Just had a message pop up from a good friend of ours, Darren Howard, who's busy watching our live stream coverage while pretending to be at work. He's heading down to Newport this evening to meet up with Evan Oliphant and the rest of the Scottish squad. So hi to Daz, hope you're enjoying the action via our British Cycling live stream. And the action you're currently watching on said live stream is the 7th heat of the women's 3 kilometre individual pursuit, with advantage currently just by a very small margin in favour of the Team Inspired rider here, Frankie Hall. Though she's got a great closing sprint. You know, she's a great road sprinter, but this an endurance event, and you've got to keep it going right through the 12 laps. Both riders in a good position here on the bike as well. Nice and steady in the top half of the body, just the legs doing the work. Both riders employing twin disc wheels for maximum aerodynamic advantage. And of course, occupying that tuck position on the handlebar extensions in the centre of the bars to give the most stretched out position they can achieve, within, of course, the regulations that apply to the dimensions of the bike. Every bike checked by our commissaires in check centre before going into competition. And at the bell, it is still advantage for Ella Barnwell. She's beginning to turn the screw a little bit on Frankie Hall now. Can Hall get anything out of the final half lap? Barnwell will be first to finish, her time 3:30.577, and that is a new fastest time, beating the time of Emily Meakin by 6 seconds, so 5.963 actually for Ella Barnwell. So she goes to the top of the table now, and last year's 5th place finisher puts herself in a good position to take a place in this year's finals as well. Time for Frankie Hall was 3:35.772. And that is the second fastest time. So even though she was beaten by Barnwell, she's been the second fastest rider on the track in this qualification round so far, pushing Emily Meakin finally down into 3rd spot now with 3:36.540.
Absolutely rapid time there by Ella Barnwell, and 3:30, almost into the 20s there. So she'll be chasing that time.
Well, by comparison, last year on the way to the gold medal, Evans clocked a time of 3:28.470, so that's the kind of margin we're looking at. The national record, by the way, as I mentioned earlier in the day, held by Josie Knight in a time of 3:20 at the World Titles in Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines, the velodrome just outside Paris last October. So more Scottish interest comes to the track now. And indeed Welsh interest as well for Scotland in the home straight. For the Alba Development Racing Team, we welcome Sophie Langford to the track, and her opponent in the colours of Tofoti Everyone Active. That's the vivid green colours in the back straight, and that's Caris Lloyd. This is the 8th and indeed penultimate heat in the women's 3 kilometre individual pursuit qualifier. So away we go. Sophie Langford was the rider beaten into 4th place in the bronze medal final 12 months ago. Beaten by Kate Richardson of Alba Development, who goes in the final heat, along with Nia Evans, the defending champion. It's a very narrow victory for Richardson over Langford in that bronze medal final. Sophie Langford clocking 3:36.182 for that 4th place. And just comparing that with the time she recorded earlier in the competition, she did a 3:33.085 in qualification last year. Sophie Langford, she'll need to up her game a little bit because Ella Barnwell has done a 3:35.77 in the previous heat. Caris Lloyd, well, she's the silver medalist at the under-16 points race and Madison last year at the Junior and Under-16 Championships, and also the winner of the Under-16 individual pursuit at those Youth and Junior Championships. So good pursuiting form for Caris Lloyd.
Sophie Langford really hugging that black line as she's coming round into the home straight.
Halfway point. It is advantage for Langford. Six riders, beaten 3:40 so far. Remember, the top 8 will go through into the finals draw. One and a half kilometres remaining. Sophie Langford still retains her advantage, broadening it slightly ahead of Caris Lloyd. She'll try and lift her pace in the closing kilometre, which is just a lap away. So Sophie Langford, very consistent ride here. Looking at the lap times. She lifted in the final lap to try and increase the pressure at the top of the leaderboard.
It's all about those final 4 laps and whether you can stay on top of that pace. So both riders really zoning in on their effort here. Everything really going out the window apart from pushing down on those pedals as hard as they can.
Right, Sophie Langford, who's doing the better ride of these two. 3:30.577 her target.
You can see from the look on both of their faces, the grimaces, how much this is taking out of them. But really, really impressive to see the effort. Sophie Langford really increasing the pace now as she comes into the final straight for 1 lap to go.
Yep, Sophie Langford takes the belt. 3:19 as she went through that marker with 250 metres remaining. Caris Lloyd in 3:24 as she went past her starting station in the back straight. So Sophie Langford lining up for the win here, but what will the time be? She's gone over the time of Ella Barnwell, but nonetheless it's a good time. 5th fastest for Sophie Langford, just 2 riders still to go. That will secure her a place in the finals draw. 3:37.723 for Sophie Langford. And the time for Caris Lloyd, 3:42.873. So we do have one more heat to go. On the scoreboard here inside the venue is the summary of the standings at the moment, with Ella Barnwell fastest, Frankie Hall 2nd fastest, Emily Meakin, Jess Roberts, Sophie Langford, Izzy Sharp, Madeline Leach and Grace Lister. It is Leach and Lister who are in the danger zone at the moment, 7th and 8th fastest, but of course still the final qualifying heat to go, and that will feature last year's winner of this title, riding for Team Hub, rider who is a world champion for the point race, having taken that rainbow jersey on the boards of the Velodrome at San Quentin in Yvelines last October. Incredible career in cycling for Nia Evans, who came to the sport relatively late. First came to our attention during the women's elite racing at the Revolution Series back in Manchester a good few years ago now, and she's gone on to incredible success on the international stage. Her opponent in this one will be another great rider from Scotland, for the Alba Development Racing Team. She took the bronze medal here last year, and she'll line up against the defending champion this year. It's Kate Richardson. So Richardson in the colours of Team Inspired this year. The green jersey in the back straight, and her opponent Nia Evans on board in the home straight in the red and black of Team Hoop. So the 9th and concluding heat of this individual pursuit qualification round gets underway. Defending champion Nia Evans, who took the title last year, overhauling Anna Morris in the final, takes on last year's bronze medalist Kate Richardson. Fastest time in this qualification round so far stands to Ella Barnwell in 3:30.577. If you want to secure a place in the finals draw, you have to go faster than 3:40.648, which is the time of the current 8th place rider Grace Lister.
Look at Nia Evans' position there. She has definitely been working on this beautiful position, and she was part of the Olympic champion team, wasn't she?
Yeah, Olympic silver medalist of the team pursuits in Tokyo in 2021, part of the course of the 2020 Olympic Games, and also a Commonwealth Games champion as well. Silver medal for the point race and bronze medal for the individual pursuit in Birmingham/London last year at the Commonwealth Games.
I'm sure she got a medal on the road as well.
Oh, you're probably right, but she was also a rider who featured in many disciplines. She brings great talent to all of those, and as I said, she really has progressed to one of the foremost riders on the international stage. Of course, the great Madison rider, along with Katie Archibald as well in the past. So there's really nothing that Nia Evans can't turn her hand to.
You can see her coach there, Johnny Whale, also her partner. So a good team calling out the times for her. And she's coming up to Kate's back wheel now.
Well, there's no question that Nia Evans is blitzing her way around the boards of the Newport Velodrome here today. She's about to overhaul last year's bronze medalist, Kate Richardson of Team Inspired. Phenomenal ride here for Nia Evans at time of Ella Barnwell. May well be under threat, 3:30.577. Best time recorded in competition here last year came in that final when Evans clocked a time of 3:28.470, bettering her qualification time of 3:29.083.
Kate Richardson also fairly new to the track, coming over from triathlon, so transferring from a different discipline completely.
Yeah, Kate Richardson first came really to our attention on the road last year when she took a great third place finish in the Tour Series round in Stranraer and also in Barking as well. So an accomplished criterium rider for Kate Richardson. But here the discipline, of course, is the individual pursuit on the track. Far different form of cycling than the push and shove of the criterium races around tight city centre circuits. But Richardson at the moment is feeling the effects of the defending champion, who's already caught and passed her for a lap. And Nia Evans already taking up the bell. She's through there in 3:10. So this looking as though it will be comfortably the fastest time. Remember the world record, the national record, I should say, 3:20. She's not being far off that either. 3:22.861 for Nia Evans. And that is 6 seconds faster than the time she recorded in her gold medal winning ride 12 months ago. So Nia Evans comfortably the fastest qualifier in 3:22.861. And the time for Kate Richardson, despite being caught and passed by Evans, is still a time of 3:35.587, and that is still third fastest time. So that will give her a place in the finals draw as well.
What a phenomenal time by Nia Evans there. Absolutely smashing last year's time. She'll be delighted with that. Also, Kate Richardson posting a great time of 3:35.
So on the board for you here inside the Velodrome is the full classification. Those top 8 riders all go into the draw for the finals. Of course, Nia Evans and Ella Barnwell top of the table. Kate Richardson and Frankie Hall. So they'll meet in the gold and silver medal ride. Richardson and Hall for the bronze medal, and the others will ride through from 5th through to 8th place. And that's information also on screen for our live stream viewers as well, courtesy of our graphics here on our YouTube channel. So that wraps our pursuiting qualifying for now. You'll be able to see those finals of the women's individual pursuit during the course of this evening's session. So again, bring you that live on the British Cycling YouTube channel. And if you're watching that and are within reaching distance of the Newport Velodrome and think, you know what, I'd like to go and watch this competition, this scintillating competition in real life rather than on a screen, well, tickets are still available. So check out the British Cycling website and come along and join us here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales for a great night's competition to come a little bit later. Tickets available all across the weekend as well. Got another 2 days of competition after today, Saturday and Sunday. Again, full live stream coverage and tickets available to join us here at the Velodrome. So we have a little bit of unfinished business in our two sprint competitions. They are match Cs in both the para men's B sprint gold medal final and also in the women's sprint in Heat 3, where Katie Marchant and Blaine Ridge-Davis will ride a decider. First on the track are the tandems. Well, Thomas Wing, piloted by Joshua Dunham, took the first victory. Hitting back in very convincing style, Mason Bradley and Loz Staples took match 2. So this is the decider. The winner of this one was the winner of the gold medal for the Para MB Sprint. They've redrawn their starting positions, as you do in a decider, and that had determined that it's Bradley and Staples who've drawn the inside line, and they are the team on the front at the moment. Well, they manoeuvred their tandem into a very good position in the preceding match. They knew they had to get the better of Wing and Dunham, and that's exactly what they did. They left them too big a gap to close. Swept down the track and took up the inside line. It's a very opportune moment. So I'm sure that Wing and Dunham will be very conscious of that and will want to prevent that happening again. They thought with that first victory might be a reasonably smooth progression towards the gold medal. But this has turned into a really intriguing competition, Charlene, and it's all down to this one to decide the gold medal.
And already a move there to get underneath.
Well, Wing and Dunham decided can't let this one lie for too much longer. Time to inject some pace with a lap to go. So the tandem's in full flight here on the boards of the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales, and it's Thomas Wing and Joshua Dunham, winners of the first match, who look as though they're going to take match 3, and with it the gold medal in the Paracycling MB Sprint final on board the tandems. Well done though to Mason Bradley and Loz Staples for putting a very stern challenge, but your gold medal winners are Thomas Wing and Joshua Dunham.
It was almost like role reversed there. Definitely have more advantage when you're at the back. You can see what's happening and make that move.
Well, smiles on the faces, as you would expect. Our first gold medal of these championships. 25 championships contested over the 3 days of these British Cycling National Track Championships here at the Newport Velodrome. And the first gold medal taken by Thomas Wing and Joshua Dunham on board the tandem. So we go back to the competition, the women's individual sprint, and we've got a decider here between Katie Marchant and Blaine Ridge-Davis. Yes, the first one is the second. So just waiting for the tandems to wind down the pace and depart from the track. Here come our riders for this decider between Katie Marchant and Blaine Ridge-Davis. Marchant won the first match. Blaine Ridge-Davis hit back and won the second. So it's all to play for this time. So again, they've redrawn for their starting positions. And on the inside will be Katie Marchant, number 113. Her opponent on the outside, number 150, Blaine Ridge-Davis. The winner will go forward in the sprint competition. The loser will exit at this point. So you can expect a quite tactical battle here, I think, between these two. Marchant on the front at the moment, looking over her right shoulder. Looming large behind is Blaine Ridge-Davis. Marchant decides to move the game to the top of the track. Ridge-Davis obligingly following in the slipstream.
Thought we might have seen a little track stand there.
Yeah, close, but deciding not to. You can come to a halt, complete halt, for no more than 30 seconds on no more than 2 occasions during a sprint match such as this to try and force the second place rider into the lead position. But no need to force it here because Blaine Ridge-Davis has decided that she's going to take up the lead without the necessity of a standstill. So now Katie Marchant has her opponent ahead of her and is able to keep a careful eye on what she's getting up to. Both riders still hovering around the bottom part of the track, both still inside that red sprinter's line. That becomes important once the sprint starts, which it is doing now. Once you're inside that red sprinter's line, your opponent has to go around the outside, forcing them to take the longer route to the finish line. Blaine Ridge-Davis on the front. Here's Katie Marchant. Out of the saddle she gets, drawing level. They are almost on turns coming out that final corner, but of course the longer route to the line is the one taken over the top by Katie Marchant. That means that Blaine Ridge-Davis takes that one, and she will go forward into the next round of the sprint, defeating Katie Marchant by 2 matches to 1. Well, that's been a great morning's competition here on this first session. Don't leave us yet, folks, and indeed don't switch off your YouTube feed either. We've got the first medal ceremony of these championships yet to come. That'll be with us in just a few moments' time. The riders, of course, have just literally completed that ride in the paracycling sprint on board the tandem, so just a little bit of time for the riders to recover before we bring them forward to the podium. But Charlene, we've seen some great sprinting and some great pursuiting here this morning, really setting the stage for some great finals later today.
I reckon it's going to be some exciting sprinting coming up. What are you most looking forward to in this afternoon session?
I'm just pondering actually whether Nia Evans can improve on that time by a second and a bit and challenge that national record held by the rider who took that in the World Championships, of course, Josie Knight. So that'll be interesting to see if Nia Evans has got anything else in the tank for that pursuit final later on today. That comes during the course of this evening's session. And if you have got tickets for that, don't forget we resume racing at 7 o'clock this evening with the semi-finals of the women's sprint. We've also got finals this evening in the women's pursuit, we mentioned already. The men's pursuit as well, that's setting itself up to be a good competition as well. The men's team sprint final will be contested this evening, and of course the final award will be the eventual winner of the women's sprint. All that to look forward to in this evening's session. And if, as I mentioned earlier, watching our YouTube feed via the British Cycling YouTube channel, and have been inspired perhaps to leave the warmth of your home behind and join us here in the warmth of the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. Tickets are available for all upcoming sessions, 2 full days of racing tomorrow and Sunday as well, yet to come, in addition to this evening's session. So do stay with us, folks. Not long to wait now for our first victory ceremony for the paracycling tandem sprint. The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023. Paracycling Men's B Sprint. The medals and flowers will be presented by Director of Business Development, Newport Live, Andrea Ovi. Winner of the silver medal, representing Born to Bike Racing Team, Mason Bradley, piloted by Loz Staples. Winner of the gold medal and national champion, riding as a British Cycling private member, Thomas Wing, piloted by Joshua Dunham. The flowers will now be presented by Director of Business Development, Newport Live, Andrea Ovi. Please congratulate all our National Championship medalists. So that concludes our opening session of competition here at day one of the British Cycling National Track Championships. Please join us for more action when the competition resumes at 7 o'clock this evening, live on the British Cycling YouTube channel and here at the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. Thank you for your company today.